step to unleash your potential. And we've got 21 fantastic speakers, going to be sharing their tips and their expertise between the 5th of July and to the 21st of July. It's amazing. These women are, impacting their world. They've had their failures, their successes, and today they are using all of the experiences and all the things that they have learned to make sure that other women are also unleashing their potentials and making the most of their lives. My name is Placida Acheru, and I'm the host of this show, and I'm enjoying it. I'm really, really loving it. I'm loving the experience I'm having so far, and I know it's going to be a fantastic ride through this event. Today we have Pam, and she's an amazing woman, honestly. She is an online business coach, social networking specialist that teaches entrepreneurs how they can increase their visibility. That's what we need today. The world has changed. The way we do business has changed. And if you're not online, as I say to people, if you're not online, you will soon disappear. No one is going to get to know you. So Pam does this, help you increase the visibility, attract more clients, make money using the powers of the internet and social networking. She is the Chief Empowerment Officer of Empower You Incorporated training and consulting firm that specializes in workshops, seminars, and interactive coaching programs. Her expertise includes the areas of online marketing, social media, entrepreneurship, and small business startup and business development. She is a fantastic lady, and she's the author of From Minimum Wage to Getting Paid Big Time. I added the big time there. How to become a successful entrepreneur with no money, no education, no experience, just the way she did it. So you can become a successful entrepreneur with no money, no education, no experience, and that's the way she did it. And she's going to be sharing with us loads of information on how we can do that. She's also the creator of Social Entrepreneur. It's a program that shows entrepreneurs how to use social networking and online marketing to drive more traffic to their business. And we know that the money is in the list, the money is in the traffic, and that's what she's teaching. She's going to be sharing with us today on how to have that online, boost in our business. And today we've got Pam, and Pam is going to be sharing with us how to become this social entrepreneur that gets more traffic, gets more clients, and makes money through networking. So Pam, the floor is open. Just let us hear all the things that you have for us today. Welcome, Pam, to the call.
Hello, and thank you for such a wonderful introduction. I think I need to carry you in my purse to introduce me every time I go somewhere now. That's like one of the best introductions I've had. Thank you so much, and I feel so honored to have you request me all the way from Europe. So very, very excited to be on the call and to share this empowering information with all of the wonderful ladies that you have in your network.
Thank you very much, Pam. Thank you for coming.
Well, let me tell you, one of the things that excites me so much when it comes to online marketing and social networking is its ability for business owners to really kind of change the landscape of how they do business. It really evens out the playing ground, because it used to be that just the big boys were able to pay a lot of advertising funds to get their name out in front of thousands and millions of people. And then small-time entrepreneurs or solo entrepreneurs and small business owners, we didn't really have those types of funds. We may be able to put a little something in a newspaper or in the yellow pages, but we didn't really have the funding available to us to be able to do a worldwide campaign, a marketing campaign. Well, what the Internet does and what social networking does is it opens up that door of opportunity for the same players, for everyone to play on the same playing field. So now you have your big-time corporations who used to spend thousands of dollars maybe per advertisement playing on the same field that we're playing on, which is Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. And with a creative enough marketing campaign, you can get your name out there to the masses and to all types of people in all different areas. I have followers and people that I connect with in so many different countries now that I can't even keep up with them. This is not possible by putting together a newspaper ad for my company. So that's what's so good about using social networking and online marketing. And most of the social networks, as you know, are free. So that's the other great part. So that's why I get so excited about teaching people how to really harness the power of online marketing and social networking, because if done right, you can have a major branding and marketing campaign that really would very easily give some competition to some of the major firms that are out here marketing on the same social networks.
Great. When you say social network, some people don't know what social network is. So do you want to elaborate on what that is?
Absolutely. Well, the social networks, they're the biggies, and those are the ones that I pretty much focus on as far as my clients are concerned. And they are Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and then LinkedIn. And then, of course, there's a new kid on the block, which is Google +1. So those are pretty much your social networks that you can kind of leverage to get your name and your brand and your marketing information out. And all of them are free. That's the wonderful thing. You can use all of them for free, and you can leverage them in a ton of different ways.
Okay. Google +3, I haven't heard that one. I haven't heard about that. That's totally new to me.
And it's still new to me. Now, they're in beta testing right now. So I'd be lying to you if I told you I knew a ton about it. I did get an invite to the beta testing. Unfortunately, my schedule hasn't allowed me to go on there and play as much. But Google Plus is supposed to be the new kid on the block that, quote unquote, supposed to take over Facebook. That's what they're saying.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's supposed to be really big. What's different about Google Plus, from what I can tell you already, is that because they are connected or joined at the hip with Google, of course, it's their brand, that anything that you like online, if you do a Google search now, a +1 pops up, which means that without you having to do anything, without you having to do a bookmark or go to Facebook or Twitter, you can automatically share this through Google+. So the way that people begin to interact using social networking becomes totally different, because they're basically sticking their finger in every little element of it. It just makes it so much easier. And that's the reason why a lot of people think that with this particular networking system, they may have a chance to do some damage and really compete with Facebook.
Interesting. So what's the first step someone would need to take in order to start an online business?
Well, one of the things that I tell clients to do, if they have not had any type of business before, and let's say that this is a totally new business venture, is to do a little bit of research. It's just like any other business, whether it's offline or online. You want to do some research, know about your niche or the market that you're going into, and kind of find out how are other people operating online with their business. That would be the first start before you just kind of bum rush in and start investing time and money into an online business. And so one of the things I tell clients to do is do careful research, and then once they've done that, make sure that they have their branding and at least a basic marketing campaign together as they're getting ready to get started. And the reason behind that is because I hear so many people talk about how they have an online business, or they've taken their offline business and brought it online, and they don't really have a plan of what they're going to do with their site or how they're going to market it or anything else. And it's just like any other business, you have to have some type of strategic marketing plan if you want to get clients, or in this particular instance, if you want to get traffic to get them into your list to sell them, or just to get them to purchase from you. So it's not any different. At least have a basic understanding of the business that you're going into, have some type of brand together, some type of mantra, how you operate, your motto, and then also go ahead and take the time to develop a basic business and marketing plan. If it's nothing more than to say, I'm going to advertise on Facebook twice a week or 3 times a week, that may be your entire marketing plan, what you can afford to do, but at least it's something and you can build onto it at a later date.
Okay. Wow, fantastic. And what are the cost-effective ways for a business owner to market their business online?
Well, as you already know, I'm a huge advocate of social networking. And so some of the most inexpensive ways to advertise at this point are the social networks. You can really get a serious amount of attention and traffic to your website just through going through some small basic channels. And what I mean by that is, one, when you bring your business online and you haven't been online before, one of the first things that it's important to do is to establish what I call street credibility. And that's online, that's your expertise credibility, because you got to think, with an offline store, people can physically go in and do I call the feel you and touch you and smell you. They know you're real. So you're a real person. They can see the product. They can see what they're getting. When they hand you their credit card, they know exactly what they're purchasing. Online, totally different story. You're this picture, or sometimes not even a picture because people don't even put pictures up nowadays, and you're just a name. So if they don't know anything about you or your brand or your background, then how can they really trust you enough to do business with you? So coming online, you want to establish that credibility, and you want to be as transparent as possible so that people have the opportunity to really know you, so that when they think about doing business with you, they go, this is a person that I feel trustworthy of. And then also, as you're establishing your credibility, that you're at top of mind awareness when it comes to whatever your particular niche is. For me, I try to be all over the different social networks because I teach social networking. So when someone thinks, I need someone to help me with a marketing plan or a social networking plan or with my online business, I want them to go, oh, that Pam Lawhorn girl, I'll contact her.
Yeah, that's true. I want to ask, how did you get into all this? Have you always been a social media person? At what point did you decide, okay, online is the way to go?
Well, funny thing is, I had traditional businesses. I've been what I call unemployable. I've been a self-employed entrepreneur for 17 years now. So I've been in business for a very long time. And I initially got my start in business through real estate investing, and that transitioned into a mortgage company, which transitioned into a real estate company, and we could not find anyone to really do any what I call guerrilla marketing tactics, really creative, kind of off-the-cuff type marketing. Everyone was doing the same exact thing. And even though at that time I didn't know much about marketing, I thought to myself, well, if everybody's putting up a blue ad, then I want a pink one. I mean, so it was just, some of it was just very basic instinct. Then I began taking different classes and learning as much as I could about creative marketing techniques. And probably in the early 2000s, and God, I feel old even saying that, I started doing a lot of experimenting on MySpace. And that was really my first social network that I really started heavily marketing myself on. And at that time, really was just doing the same thing that I do, just being myself and just trying to help other people, trying to empower others. And the funny thing is, more and more people started contacting me and wanting information on how I can help them with their marketing services or how I could help them with their business development. And so I kind of carved a niche for myself without even trying to. And as everyone knows, the mortgage and real estate industry collapsed here in the United States a few years ago. And when it did, it was almost a blessing in disguise. It was horrible because all of my income from my businesses kind of went down the drain overnight, but it gave me the ability to then focus full time on building my marketing company and setting it up as a virtual business where I no longer had to go into an office building every day. I think that part for me has been the most exciting because I'm able to work whatever hours I want to work, and I'm able to work from home. So that's pretty much how I got started. And on social networking, I'm just always, I guess I'm kind of like a girl geek. I'm always wanting to know more about things that intrigue me. And social networking and online marketing just intrigues the heck out of me because I'm always amazed at how you can push one button and send a message out, and then 200 or 300 people look at the message.
Yeah.
So things like that just made it very, very easy for me to kind of transition into it, and then start showing other people how to do the same and how to really leverage it. And that was basically it. So it was kind of a gradual transition. And people laugh when I say this, I started out on MySpace when we weren't really calling it social networking, and then kind of moved over to Facebook, and it just kind of all evolved, and then they gave it the title social networking and social media, even though a lot of people have been doing it for years.
Yeah. And is this something that anyone can do? Because I meet people all the time say, I'm too old, I'm not sure this is for me, it's not my generation. Do you think anyone can get online and have their businesses running online?
Absolutely. Here's the thing. Everyone has my belief is this, everyone has their God-given abilities. So you may not be able to start something to the extent of the next person. I may not even be able to. So you may have someone who's running a $4 or $5 million business per year online. Well, you may not be able to do that immediately, but you can aspire to do that. That's the important thing. I just believe that if you try and you work hard enough and you get a good coach or a mentor, and then you study, and learn, absolutely it's possible. It's very much possible to make not just a living, but a great living online.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Pam. And I want to ask a question. What are some of the key things that business owners need to know about marketing their business online? Do they just go online and then what do they do? What do they need to know?
Well, here's the thing. With your online marketing, again, it goes back to that credibility. When people don't know you, it's really, really important that you keep your nose clean. You have to be squeaky clean online. People like to, just like with any other business, it's no different because you're online. People like to know that you're real, and they like to know that you're honest and that you're someone that they would want to do business with offline. Now, for online business, especially if you're using social networking, there's a totally different approach that you would take versus if you were just trying to place ads online. With social networking, people almost expect you to be a little bit more laid back, so it's not as formal. When you come off very formal and very salesy and very pushy, that actually turns people off. So it's kind of the opposite. I say it's like going to a dinner party or going to some type of social event offline and handing out your business cards and then having people contact you. Sure, when you meet someone, you want to say, hey, yeah, by the way, I do this for a living, but you don't want to take the actual product with you to the dinner party. So that's pretty much what social networking is like. You want to say, listen, I'm good at doing this and I'm good at doing that, and hey, I'd love for you to work with me, but not cram it down their throat. That's kind of the difference. It's social networking is heavily, or in my opinion, it's heavily built on relationship marketing. You have to build and establish relationships. People need to know you, trust you, love you, like you, whatever the case may be. And that's when they work with you. So that's really kind of the difference. And for offline business owners, really for them to bring their same type of skills online, but to just loosen up a little bit. When I work with corporations and we're working on social networking plans for them, and I see some of the tweets and the posts they put on Facebook, I go, no wonder no one wants to follow you. Are you serious? I mean, people are at their job all day in these really stuffy environments. When they get on Facebook, the last thing they want is a commercial being thrown at them. So make it fun, make it playful, be a little laid back, and put some of your own personality into it. And that's how you make social networking work for you and your business.
Oh, wow. Wow. Good. It can be overwhelming sometimes, don't you think? So how do you manage that? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. Start with one. Master it, and then maybe move on to a second one. When you're putting together your strategy, you got to remember, not everyone plays on all of the different teams. So just because you're a baseball player doesn't mean you have to play for every team. You may just play for one. So you don't have to be here, there, and everywhere. You do your best on one, and then when you're able to kind of progress and maybe you want to join another pro team or another side team, then you can. So I usually tell clients who have no social networking experience to get on Facebook and connect with some old friends. That's kind of the first thing. Get on there, get a feel for how things flow there, and kind of see how the conversations go, and kind of learn some of the language on the social networks before you just kind of jump on there and decide you're going to make $1 million marketing on Facebook. So, and then once you get familiar with how things work on Facebook, that's when you may want to go ahead and consider adding your business page and telling people about what you do, and really trying to mesh and merge with other people that are like you. So it's jumping on there and you've never been on there and just trying to dive in. People are they're not going to pay much attention to you. But when you come on and you're yourself and people get to know you, there's this likability factor that takes place, and people will follow you and follow what you're doing, and they'll be your biggest fans, to be honest with you.
Fantastic. I remember the first time I got online, I was like, where do I start? I didn't know where to start. I was like, oh, wow. And I looked at people's profiles, and it felt like they know it all. I don't think I know as much as they do. Do I fit in here, And gradually, I began to understand, like you said, take it step by step, one after the other. So I started with Facebook and then went into Twitter. But can you, which is your favorite? Have you got a favorite one? Have you got one that works really well for you, Pam?
Pardon me?
Have you got one that works really well of all the social networks? Is there one that you would, 100% recommend and say, okay, this really works for me?
Well, I play on all of them. So for me, it all depends on your business and your business model. See, for me, mine is more visibility. I'm not a direct sales type of person. That's never been part of my marketing plan. And I doubt that it ever will. I'm really huge on relationship building, on empowering, and on sharing. And so I do a lot of writing through my blog. I write posts every single day. We're getting ready to start back up with a video blog in the next couple of weeks. And for me, it's all about sharing information and empowering people with the information they need. As a result, I've built a pretty decent brand and a strong reputation for somebody that they can come to get information on online marketing and social networking. As a result of that, they tend to contact me when they need assistance with these items. So I don't do the whole hard push. Now, you can do that really from any of the social networks. It depends on what your overall plan is. Now, on Twitter, I'll say this, you have more advertising opportunities on Twitter, especially if you have a number of followers, because you can send more messages out more frequently than you can on the other social networks. So, for example, on Twitter, for your event, we push messages out there, and it probably went out 5 or 6 times today from me personally. Now, because I have, I think, close to about 20,000 people who follow me, I saw a lot of them retweeting the message, which means that they sent it out to their network as well. So that gives you the most leverage as far as advertising. If you're trying to, I guess you want to compare return on investment, that would be the one that I would say you would get the best return on investment because you can reach a ton more people. However, Facebook, they tend to sit up there a little longer, and you build a deeper and stronger bond with the people on Facebook. I have many good friends that I have never met in person on Facebook.
Yeah.
and probably will never meet in person on Facebook. And so you build deeper and stronger relationships, and there you will have people who will do the same thing. They'll see a post by you, and they'll say, oh, that's Pam. I know it's a good article. I'm going to go ahead and just repost it now to my page or to send it out because they know and trust you. So who would I say you get the most bang for your buck, even though it's all free? Twitter. But you get some of the same results using Facebook and also using LinkedIn, and now even with YouTube, because so many more people are starting to do video marketing, you're still going to get a great return on your investment because people we're time sensitive now, so we love videos. We love to watch them. They go viral, and that can have the same effect for you. So again, each one needs its own independent campaign, and if done right, you can get the same effect on either one. But if you look at number for number, probably Twitter.
Twitter, okay. So when you were speaking, you mentioned video blogging. Can you explain more about that? What's video blogging?
Well, different people do their video blog in different ways. My video blog, I started up when I began training for a marathon a couple months ago, and I stopped doing it when I hurt my knee. And I don't think most people realize I hurt my knee, and I just stopped. But for my video blog, I chose to just come on and kind of keep people up to date with my training, and then provide them with some type of business tip and motivational message. And so mine was maybe 3 to 5 minutes in where I just talk. There's no real rules on it. With the video blog, in my opinion, if you're going to do one, be authentic. Go on there and be genuine. Don't go on there with any hidden agenda because people can really see that. So I chose to just so many people are used to seeing a certain brand and image of me, which is this glam gal, if you want to call. And so I did my video blog after I would come in from the gym, right before I was going to work out, looking a little rough, but that's that's real me. That's real world stuff. So
that's getting your clients to see the real Pam.
Well, you know what? A lot of people were, but I got more comments on thank you so much for being real, for just not trying to put on this show as if I would get on there sometimes and say, listen, I'm sorry, I don't have time to do makeup today. You know, I got on a baseball cap and I got on a T-shirt, but that's my real world. I mean, I would love to say that I get up every day and I have flowing hair and makeup, a full makeup. I don't. I'm a entrepreneur. I'm busy all day with calls and appointments and you name it. And so I'm just like any other professional woman. Some days I'm dressed up. Other days I'm in sweats and a T-shirt and with a headset on talking to clients. So I think they appreciated getting a chance to kind of see the real person behind the pictures and the brand and the image and going, for the most part, 99% of them still liked me.
Well, I think people do like when when you're not plastic. When you come out to be you, they buy you and oh, so she can be like that. Oh, I didn't know she could be like that. And they tend to love you more when you display your real self. And with the social networking that you're saying, it's all about relationship building, isn't it?
It really is, and that transparency. People need to know that you can understand them on some level. The day of the guru is really out. I don't think too many people are as interested in doing the following of somebody that they can't really connect with. And so if people can find a way to connect with you on some level, that makes them feel it's like now it's inclusive. So for me, I have a networking group on Facebook and a networking page, but and then even with my Twitter account, I try to personally respond to all of them. On Facebook, I do. On Twitter, it's getting a little crazy on there because of so many people responding back. But I respond individually to every single post, and I think those are the types of things that are important to people. I don't think they as much care about everything that I've accomplished or anything that I've done more than if I ask you a question, can I just get an answer? Mm-hmm. So it's that reachability. They have the opportunity to reach out to you and know that you're real. And then that's how they determine whether or not they really like you and if they want to refer you. And I just got an email earlier today from someone who had been referred to me by another client, or actually referred to me by a current client. But it's because they just feel like, okay, well, this is someone who's working with me, but is also friendly to me. And that's really all it's about. Just let your true personality shine through. You don't have to really do a whole lot of work if you're just being you.
That's it. And so let's say I'm a startup business person. I've gone on Facebook and I've gone on Twitter. How do I drive traffic? So I'm building a relationship. How do I drive traffic? How do I get the traffic, convert it, the friends I've made into money? How do I do that?
Well, there is not I would love to say that there is a one blueprint fits all, but there's not. It's not a precise. It's not as precise as that. Depending upon what your particular niche or industry is, again, it goes back to that built the relationship, built the trust. I'll tell you, the way that I map it out for my clients and the way that I teach it is that, one, you do want to establish your credibility. So you want to establish who you are and give proof of who you are. I jokingly said on one of my pages a couple months ago, and then just the other day, and it was a little bit more well-received, is that on Facebook now everybody's a coach, everybody's a consultant, everybody has this background, and they can help you. Well, when you're facing issues like that where everyone suddenly is a coach, then how do you really know who's the real deal and who can really help you and where you can invest your money at and who you should really work with? And so putting your expertise out there on a constant basis shows people, listen, I'm the real deal. I'm the real deal, and you definitely want to consider me if you're looking for somebody, say, as a social networking coach, or if you're looking for someone to help you build your six-figure online business. Those are the types of vibes that I try and put out there. And then as far as getting the traffic on there, that's where most of your traffic will come from, is as you're constantly putting information out there. We put articles out on a daily basis. Some of the other ways to get traffic, of course, aside from article marketing, is to do link building. And if you have some really good information on your website, really good content, then you'll find that people will link their sites to you as a reference. And that's something that will get you a lot of traffic. And there's a few different ways that you can do link building. There are your internal links where you can link it inside of your website, going from article to article to article. And then also you'll have your what I call link bait, which is where you have sites outside who, say if you write a post about a how-to article or tips on this, then people pick that up and they'll either republish it and then link back to your site, or they'll just pick up the link and have a direct link that goes to your site. So it's a lot of different ways to get that traffic. Those are just a couple of them. Again, one of my favorite ways to do it is through social networking, because it allows you to not just get that traffic, but also build your credibility and that brand awareness. And you can use several different social networking sites. Of course, we know about the big ones, which is Twitter and Facebook, YouTube, LinkedIn, and then, as I mentioned, Google has a new one. And then there's the bookmarking, where you can do the Stumble Upon and the Delicious. And there are just so many other ones that are lesser known, but can still get you some additional traffic to your site. So those are, and of course, these are all free ways. Then mostly everyone at this point has a blog. So blogging, you can do your blog a variety of different ways. And I know people who are successful doing it both routes. Some people have, like with me, my blog is very business oriented. My articles are focused on a particular business building skill as it relates to online business development or marketing. Other people have very laid-back blogs where they may have a fashion blog, or they may have something where they talk about food, or I know a ton of very successful marketers who say every curse word in the book on their blog, and they get a ton of traffic. So there's an audience out there for everybody. You really just have to pick your niche and then really stick very, very closely to it. I think someone wrote me a comment on one of the articles that I posted about staying as closely as you can to your contacts, because sometimes people will have a site and they'll say, well, I'm a motivational specialist, but then they go on and give you details on maybe conflict resolution. And it really sends a mixed message, because people don't know really what the heck you're doing and really what product or services you really offer. So trying to make sure that everything you do kind of comes back to, does this have anything to do with what I'm marketing and what my brand says I do? And if that's the case, then you're doing good. Content. Trying to put as much content on your blog as possible. That's one way to get really great traffic. And the reason behind it is the search engines pick them up. So you have Google, who constantly crawls. You have the different places you can ping your spot to. And this information is updated on a regular basis. So all you have to do is make sure that you put the content in there that's going to be repeated. So, for example, I post articles every single day because that's a huge source of traffic for me. That schedule doesn't work for everyone. So I tell people who are new to blogging, if you can't post every single day, then set up a blogging schedule. And that blogging schedule for you may be 2 days a week, it may be 3 days a week, or it may be 5 days a week. But whatever you commit to, stick to, for a few reasons. One, you'll see your Alexa ranking and you'll see your traffic gradually start to increase, because your site will continuously be crawled, and they'll be able to get that information. Google will be able to get that information, and Bing and all of the other search engines, and they'll start picking up on it, and you'll start getting some organic traffic to your site. The other reason is, as you begin to develop a following, these individuals begin to come to you as the authority or as a professional, the specialist, who can provide them with their information. On my website, because I do so many articles per week, I have a ton of people who post my articles on their website, so they link it directly to their site as a way for them to get traffic to their site. It's by using content and information that I've provided. So it works for both of us because there's a link back to me. So really the consistency is key when it comes to doing blogging, and then, of course, your content marketing. I can't even say that enough, that's really what's really important, is making sure that you have some type of schedule for really any marketing plan, is to make sure you have some type of schedule and that you stick to it. Now, other ways to get traffic, of course, are using keywords. You want to try and, of course, make sure that you have a website that's keyword optimized. I encourage everyone to blog or to use WordPress as their content management system. Once you get to learn it, it's very easy to maneuver in the back. It's very simple, not complex, and it doesn't take a lot for people to really be able to get it looking the way they want. So you can get a really customized site from using WordPress for, really about $100. You can spend more, and most people do, but nonetheless, it's possible for you to get a really decent website without having to spend a ton of money using WordPress. So
you recently launched a training program called the Online Business Bootcamp. Can you tell us more about that?
yeah, the Online Business Bootcamp is actually launching on August 1st. So we're a little ahead of it, but we're actually launching on August 1st. And that is going to be it's an online hub training center. It's very intensive, computer-based, self-taught training modules where people can learn any and everything about how to market their online business. What's really cool, one of the things that I found over the last couple of years is that a lot of people want to know about different things, but they don't really know who to go to and who to trust for information. And so what we did was we wanted to compile one place where they can learn about everything that they needed to effectively run an online business. And that would include things such as your article marketing, your blogging, and your WordPress, which we just discussed, how to deliver proper copywriting, email marketing, how to launch info products, and internet marketing and internet advertising, which are two totally different things, and even affiliate marketing. So these will all be things that we'll teach in addition to some of the ones that are probably a little bit more known, which is, like your social media marketing, search engine optimization, how to get traffic, video marketing, those types of deals. So it's really to provide them with a one place where they can come to, where they can get all of their education and training. And we'll also have live sessions where we'll do strategy sessions and answer any questions and just kind of dive into each topic matter. So very intensive, very informative, all going to be in video format, and just tons and tons and tons of information being put into the site.
Okay. So it's not ready yet, but it's going to be launched in August, you said?
Correct.
Okay. So I'll be able to, if you send me like a link or something, and then I'll be able to pass that on to all the ladies who have signed up for this Telesummit, because I'm sure
Absolutely.
It's something that is very valuable. Every business now needs to be online and needs to learn how to drive traffic to their site in order to create the wealth that they desire.
Absolutely.
So what are some of the biggest challenges that most entrepreneurs face, that prevents them from moving forward with their online business?
Well, it's the knowledge. Hands down, it's the knowledge. We don't know, and if we don't have the finances to hire somebody out, then it really stops us in our tracks. A lot of the ways that I learned how to do most of the marketing that I do is being self-taught and of course, taking tons and tons and tons of classes. But it's because sometimes you have people, just like any other industry, whether it's online or offline, you don't know whether or not they're being honest and trustworthy with you. It may be that you don't have a large enough of a budget, so you may not be able to hire someone at $1,000 or $2,000 per month. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I believe in empowering individuals, and entrepreneurship is empowerment. Once you empower people with the tools and the information that they need to succeed, they can go out and accomplish anything they put their minds to. The only abilities they have are the ones they put on themselves. So if we take that disadvantage away from them, especially for females, and more of us, we're starting to get out there and we're starting to get very tech savvy, but more and more of us really need to know how to thrive and leverage and really assert ourselves on the Internet. Internet marketing has typically been a field left to the boys, but now you have a lot of the girls coming into it now, and they're kicking butt and taking names. So my goal is to provide the opportunity to everyone, of course, but I'm very passionate about sharing the information with women, because once they get into it, they usually really get into it and go, I really enjoy this, and they see different ways that they can take their business, and maybe they're just doing coaching, and then and we sit down and we talk, and I say, you know what, there's 3 or 4 other income streams that you can bring in without you having to do a whole lot except for make a few tweaks and adjustments, and in the next maybe 30 days, you can have 2-3 more passive income streams coming in. So it's really about just educating them and showing them how they can do it, and that's usually what stops them. It usually stops them dead in their track because they don't know And in some instances, there's not like one place for them to go and get all their information. They're getting mixed information. That's the reason why we developed the online business boot camp, is to have one source where everybody can go and get their training resources, intense training resources in one location.
That's true. And, I really do agree with you saying a lot of women are becoming very techie savvy. There's so many women out there now who, I didn't, as of 2006, if you ask me anything about the internet, I would just say, no, wait, not me. I'm not going there. But today, I love social media. Social media, just like you, has been the way I've grown my business, branded myself, gained the visibility online. And I found you through social media. And most of the speakers on this call, never met them before. Pam, I've never met you before.
We have not.
Yeah. But we've built a connection now, and there's a relationship here, and it's all through social media. You meet loads of people out there who are highly skilled and who can help you grow your business. And that's what social media is all about. It helps you reach beyond where you would have reached in the physical world. I don't know even what your location is, but I've met you and you're here on this call, sharing with these women. And I don't know where this relationship is going to go, but it all started off from social media.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So ladies out there, just like Pam and myself, embrace it. She's given so much tips. Relationship building is the key. Relationship building is the key. You have to build a relationship and get people to trust you and get people to understand who you are and what you offer, not just throw it at their faces. And then people would love you, and you don't need to be fake. Just be real. Just be you. Just be you.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's something you mentioned. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
Okay. So there's something you mentioned. You mentioned bookmarking. Some people may not understand what that means. What does bookmarking mean?
Well, the simplest way to explain bookmarking in a layman's term is it would be the same way as if you were looking at a physical book. If you like something in the book, you may fold the page so that you can show it to someone later on. Well, bookmarking online is done through tagging. So you will tag a particular website or some information that you like online, and you'll save it in different bookmarking sites. Now, the most popular bookmarking sites that people recognize are Stumble Upon and Delicious.
Okay.
Now, there are a ton of other bookmarking sites that you can use as well, but those are two of the most popular ones, and for the sake of this conversation, we'll stick with those. You just simply go there and you either have your own account open where you can just click on it. Most people have it up in their browser, and you click on it, and then it would save that link for you. You can make a notation about it, and that way when you want to, you can come back to it later. You can, in the bookmarking, like for Delicious, you can make it where it's either private or it's open to the public. So you have the ability to, say you're online and you're doing some searching for some furniture. Well, you could find 10 different places that you want to look at, but you don't want to save them all in a folder somewhere. You can bookmark them. You can name that folder online as furniture and then come back and visit it. Now, let's say that your husband is out of town on business, where you can open that folder up so that it can be, it's not private, and then other people can view the folder, which means now he can look at the same links that you bookmarked. Also, another way to do it, that's one way of using it. Another way to do it, of course, is if someone likes your article, they can bookmark it so that other people will go to the article and read it too. That's a whole nother way of getting traffic. It falls under social networking, but that's how you also get traffic, is through bookmarking. So, again, these are all free traffic sources. These are ways that you can get people to your website to visit you and hear what you have to say without you really having to invest hardly any money. I mean, the money, of course, is in your time, but aside from that, there's nothing else vested into it.
Okay. Sounds easy. Sounds very easy to do. But when you say bookmark, it's like, okay, bookmarking, what's bookmarking? But sounds really, there's some online terms that get people confused. I'm like, I don't know that, but really sounds easy. You've written a report on the social entrepreneur. Can you tell us more about that and how the listeners can get to the report?
Well, the social entrepreneur is I decided to put the information together after, of course, a couple years of just getting the questions. And again, one of the things that I like to provide for people is resources and basic information and to be able to make it as simple as possible. So my whole goal is to really break down all of the jargon, and if it sounds really complex, my word is, oh, that's not a problem, or, oh, that's really super easy. And that's kind of my way of thinking of things, because I don't want people to be intimidated. The same goes with social networking. The social entrepreneur is really about showing entrepreneurs how to be socially savvy and use social networking and online marketing to build their brand and build their business. It allows them to take the principles that are in the package and immediately begin to implement them to start getting traffic and attaining that, positive notoriety, if you want to call it that, and to start getting more clients in front of their business so that they can make more sales and make more money. So that's really what it's about, is using different ways to connect with people that are free or low cost. And I think all of the ways that I put in there are free. It's over 40 pages. I think it's 42, 43 pages of information. And it also includes an audio from a traffic training webinar that I did that just gives a ton of information on different places you can go to get organic traffic, how to increase your visibility, the whole 9 yards. So it's really probably one of the four. It was supposed to be a little short report. It turned into 40-something pages. So go figure. It's just packed with information.
Okay. So how can the listeners get to the report?
They can go visit my website at Pam Lawhorn, PamLawhorne.com. And right there on the front page is information about the actual report and the audio itself. They can sign up and they can instantly download it. So I tried to make it as simple as possible.
Yes. That's good. And you do one-on-one, do you? Or how do you work with clients? Do you work as a group or?
Well, I do a couple of different things. We do have a group training session that's going to be started in August, and they can go to the website and get information on that program. And the domain is six-figure, and that's the number 6, and then 6 figures online.info. And that will give them information on our next training program. We do an 8-week series of training where it's a very intense calls, webinars, the whole 9 yards. And we are making an adjustment to the price. And as well, I'll put together a coupon for all of the ladies who work with you and network with you so that they can get an additional special. So we'll put that together, and you can provide that through your websites and through all of your marketing and, of course, through all of the social networks.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So we just have a few minutes to go to round up. There are some quick tips you want to give the listeners. How can they get started now?
How to get started now? Just go online. Start up an account if you already have an account. If you're trying to move your business online, start building your visibility by establishing yourself as the go-to person in your field. The best way to do that is through videos, articles. Give as much information as you can. Some people are shy about doing that. I believe in the opposite. I believe more is better. So the more you can empower and educate and inform people, it comes back to you twofold. So don't be afraid to share information. Go out there and let your light shine. You want people to know, hey, I know my stuff. I know what I'm talking about. You need to trust me, and you need to work with me. And then once they see these things about you, you can gradually start posting things about your business. But, don't go in with guns blazing saying, hey, work with me, buy my stuff, buy my products, and they have no clue who you are and what you do. So just like any other relationship, you want to go in, establish yourself, brand yourself, and get to know some people. And then you begin to start slowly marketing to them. And I do mean slowly. Don't oversaturate. I'm not a big fan of people who just constantly market without having any connections, no personal connections. So do a little bit of both. Have fun with it. Be very laid back, and try not to take it too serious. It's not, social networking is really about having fun and learning how to leverage it to grow yourself professionally and personally. And just try and have fun with it. Be professional. Be smart about what you do. Be aggressive. But just be real. And that would probably be the best advice. And that's on any network, whether you're on Twitter, whether you're on Facebook. I go on there and I say some of the kookiest things, and it doesn't hurt me professionally at all. So,
So, Pam, is there a time frame that they should expect to begin to see results in their business?
Typically, for a brand new business to really start seeing some type of decent results, it could be anywhere from 3 to 6 months. So especially if you don't have anyone following you and you don't have access to people to hear your message to, you want to gradually build that. And while you're trying to build those followings, the one thing you don't want to do is turn them off by trying to spam them with your message. So that's where your relationship building comes back in. You want to make sure that you've taken the time to establish your network and build the people around you so that when you do market something or you do put up an article or a video, that they're really interested in seeing it because they know you as just being a really good person, and they're interested in what you're doing instead of them feeling like, oh, my God, Pam's put up a video again. So you want them to really kind of be excited about what you're doing and sharing your excitement and your passion of what you're doing instead of them dreading what you post. And that's really what I try and do. If it's going to be beneficial to everybody, I have a rule on my networking page, and we have like 2,700 people there. And that was done all organically. So we grew all those people there. But my rule is if you are not going to post something that's going to be beneficial to all parties, then don't post. And that's the bottom line, because that's really what networking is about. It's about you helping me and me helping you and introducing each other to other people that may be able to help each other out. It's about relationship building.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Before we go, I just wanted to just recap websites where they can find you, and where they can get all this information, where they can connect with you. So Facebook, LinkedIn. You just tell them.
Louise, is that okay for you?
They can find me on Facebook at Pam Lawhorn, Pam Lawhorn, LawHorne.com/on Facebook. They can find me on Twitter, same way, Pam Lawhorn with an E /on Twitter. My name on Twitter and Facebook is Pam Lawhorn or Pamela Lawhorn. So I'm all over the place. If you put my name in, you'll find me. And I also have links set up directly on my website. They can go to my website, Pam Lawhorn, PamLawhorne.com. And once they get into the main site, right at the top, I've got links to all of my social networks. So you can keep in touch with me, and you can communicate directly with me and ask questions and join my group and join my page. I love it. The more the merrier. And the training program, the Social Maven Select, it's an 8-week, very exclusive coaching intensive program. We only take so many people, and we do it every 8 weeks. They can go there, and it's 6 figures, the number 6 figures online.info. And I will, before we even put that information up, I will send you some instructions just for your listeners so that we can give them, so we'll know who's listening in. We can give them a special for listening and participating on this wonderful worldwide summit you have.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Pam. Honestly, you shared so much with us today. And I'm so glad that I've connected with you online. And who knows, we might meet, very soon physically.
Well, I surely hope so. And I can't believe an hour has gone already. This has been fantastic. It's been a wonderful opportunity, and I just can't thank you enough, and I'm very excited to hear all of the other ladies. And thank everyone so much for being on this call and sharing this moment with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, ladies, and that was Pam, and I'm sure you got so much from her today. Tomorrow we've got Dina, who is going to be talking about the law of attraction and how to effectively use it. We also have PJ Van Hall, and she's another fantastic speaker. So let's keep a date tomorrow, same time, starting 5 p.m., 4 p.m. Eastern time, and we also have 5:30 Eastern time. Let's keep that date. Thank you very much. I've loved this session, honestly. I have loved this session today, and I look forward to seeing you online. Thank you very much for attending the call. And my name is Placida Acheru, your host for this summit. Thank you. Hello, ladies, and welcome to the call. Today has been an amazing day. We've got 3 speakers. Our first speaker was Bev James, and she was absolutely fantastic. I want to welcome you into the call. I know that a lot of you are calling in from around the world, and I do appreciate taking out time to be on this summit, to develop yourself and to increase your knowledge. My name is Placida Acheru, and I'm your host for this summit. I'm so happy to bring you 21 extraordinary speakers, women, who are impacting their world. They are here to share the secret of how they have unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. So the tips you're going to be hearing from them are things that they have already applied into their businesses, and they're doing well, with those tips. So they've done it. They've had their sadness, they've had their failures, they've had their growth, and they'll be sharing you these tips to help grow your business. This event has been put as a way to motivate, empower, encourage, and educate you so that you can become all that you are brought on this earth to be. Woman, I tell you, it is time for you to unleash your potential. And what you must do now before we get into our main topic for today, for this session, is create a quiet space around you, be comfortable, turn off every distraction, and get focused. We've had previous calls, we've had Naomi Sete on the call who talked about wealth creation and global transformation and the female market. She shared with us how women are going to become multi-millionaires in 2020. And I said to her, 2020 is too far. We want them to become multi-millionaires now. We had Michelle Walsh who talked about emotionally surviving divorce and separating your past from your future. We know that a lot of people, and I at some point in my life was holding on to my past, and it was affecting my future. We had Pam Lahon, a social entrepreneur, who talked about how we can use social media to transform our businesses. And I have done that for myself. I've used social media to grow my business. But today, we have a special speaker, and Jane Kenyon. Jane is going to be sharing with us an amazing tip on entrepreneur's mindset. But before we do that, I'll tell you a little bit about Jane so that you get to know who she is and what she's done for herself. And if you just give me a minute, I seem to have lost her bio somewhere. I have it open, and I can't find it now. Let me see where I've kept it. Oh, goodness. 1 minute, please, and I'll get to the bio. We can talk about Jane. But Jane runs a group for women, and she's got an organization for women, and she is here today to share with us about the entrepreneur's mindset and how that is important in growing our businesses. So I'll just read out Jane's bio because it's good for you to know who our speaker is. So Jane is a powerhouse of inspiration, and I tell you this because I found her on Twitter. That was how I found her. I was just going through, in looking for the speakers for this event. I'd searched through Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, everywhere I can go through, and I looked at people's profiles, I looked at their websites, and I found Jane on Twitter. And she is a powerhouse of inspiration, courage, and authenticity. From a privileged upbringing to alone, broke at 16, successful corporate career to entrepreneurial burnout at 35, wealth to near bankruptcy twice. So she's got a story to tell, and she's got her experience to share with you. Jane's journey is an emotional roller coaster, like most of us. Mine, I can't even tell you what I've had in my life. But, these lessons are worth hearing, and you cannot help but be inspired by her courage and passion. She's one of the most sought after female inspirational speakers on the circuit today. And true, I know she's speaking at an event in Manchester, a big event in Manchester this month. She's a serial entrepreneur, respected coach and motivator. Her passion is contagious, and at stage presence is awesome. And this is true. And Jane is 46, married in Cheshire. After a successful corporate career spent in strategic marketing and business development, she set up her first business consultancy in 1992. And as the glass ceiling became visible and the gains became unbearable, she has not looked back. In the past 18 years, Jane has created, grown, and sold several businesses and remains passionate about entrepreneurship, personal development, and social contribution. Business interests have included a lifestyle management company, a social network management consultancy, marketing agency, corporate investigation, and health and wellness business, just to name a few of what she's done. In 2001, Jane divested some of her business interest to become more involved in personal transformation work via coaching, speaking, and writing. She now divides her time between international speaking, coaching, writing, alongside her role as the founder of Well-Heeled Divas, an organization dedicated to empower and inspire women to step up entrepreneurship, leadership, and wealth contribution. In 2009, she created a social enterprise called Girls Out Loud, and she's going to be talking about this social enterprise this evening, and with one of the Lord Sugar's favorite apprentice finalist, Claire Young. Girls Out Loud is a personal development organization aimed at raising the inspiration of 13 to 18 years old girls in the UK to the status beyond the WAG, glamour, or teen moms. And we have Jane today on the call, and I've read through her profile, and you can see that she's done so much. She is qualified to be on this call. And Jane, I want to welcome you. Hello, Jane, are you there?
Hi, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Placida. It's fab.
Thank you very much for accepting my invitation. So your topic today is how the entrepreneur's mindset, and I just want you to just, take the floor and just, just hit
it. I will do indeed. I mean, as you can hear from my profile, I have been one of these entrepreneurial, serial entrepreneurs that's had a roller coaster ride, and none more so than the economy that we're now faced with, because I think we've got challenging times. And since this global meltdown in 2008, the economy's got tougher and tougher. And more than ever today, customers, it's about a real hearts and mindset. So to go beyond survival in this kind of environment takes courage, because it demands a change in the way we do things. The world is a very different place today. And laughing in the face of failure, which I have done many, many times, demands tenacity, it demands passion, and it demands serious emotional resilience to be able to get back up, dust yourself down, and get on. So, we've become so used to seeing the demise of so many big companies in the past couple of years. It's become quite normal. Our kind of high street has been decimated. We've lost a lot of big brands. And what that tells us is that the business world is changing, because people today want more than a good product. It's not just about having a good product. They want to be wowed. You know, they need to believe and they expect to connect. And all of these things demand a different way of thinking about our business. And one of the things I wanted to share with you this evening, there's a fantastic website called trendwatching.com. If you haven't had a look at this, have a look, sign up for it, get their newsletter, because what they are doing every day is they are looking at the trends in the marketplace. And if you're running a business, any kind of business, this is the kind of information that you need to have at your fingertips, because this is about the buying behavior of our customers. And in 2010, trendwatching.com produced a report, and this report showed the biggest shift in consumer buying behavior that we've seen in the past 30 years. And this is really important, and it's like the preempt to some of the stuff I'm going to talk about. Because one of the things it showed, and nobody will be surprised at this, is that there is a 50% decline in our trust levels with the government and with big organizations. Quite, undeniably at what's happened. We don't believe them. We don't trust them, and we don't believe them. And so this has a knock-on effect in anybody else running a business. And one of the trends that Trend Watching is looked at, it's called this Generation G. And this is people that were born after the baby boomers, so people that are in most of our target groups from maybe the age of 25 up. These people, we're calling them Generation G, and these companies want to see companies. They want to do business with companies. They want to buy products from companies that care, that give, that donate. They're not interested in what you take or you sell. It's no longer good enough to just take and sell. They want to know what you care about. They want to know, what charities you support, what your contribution is. And contribution is a big, big word for me. It's something that I built into every business that I've been involved in, this contribution. What is the social contribution? How are you giving back to your customers and the environment and the society that you work in? And this has become fundamental now for most businesses. Another thing that report showed was the growth in word-of-mouth marketing. Now, we know, any of us that have been running businesses or that have worked in businesses, we know how powerful word-of-mouth is. We know that it's probably the number one marketing tool. But it's reached that absolutely unbelievable proportions now. As Placida mentioned, she met me on Twitter. And Twitter is changing the way, and social networking is changing the way we do business. So, everybody sees themselves as a brand. So everybody wants to comment and recommend products online. So whereas we used to say this old adage about marketing that if you had a good experience with a company, you would probably tell one or two people. And if you had a bad experience, you would tell 25 to 30 people. Well, you might as well just kick that to the curb now. Because if you have a bad experience, you can tell thousands, hundreds of thousands of people globally within a second. Called Twitter. So, we have to embrace that social networking. We have to embrace what we call the twinsumers, the socialites, people that actually want to talk about your business. They want to talk about your brand, and we have to learn to harness those. So it's no longer just about delivering a good service or having a good product. It's about being a remarkable company, and that demands a shift. That demands a shift in your mindset, because it means you have to be remarkable. You have to be more than just delivering a pretty good product. You have to be remarkable. So what I wanted to do was just run through my definition of this entrepreneur mindset, because as somebody that's had money and lost money at least twice, I have a very different definition of wealth. So for me, true wealth is what's left when the money's gone. And what that is mindset. What that is passion, is resilience, is mental toughness, is strength, is heart, is authenticity, is the ability to get back up and go out and do it again. And if you have the right mindset, it really doesn't matter what happens, because you embrace it and, you believe in it in a much bigger scenario, and therefore you can go out and do it again. And you talk to any entrepreneur that's been on a journey, as I'm sure there's been many, many women on this call over the past week, they'll all tell you the same thing. they'll all tell you the same thing. So I thought what I would do is run through this entrepreneur mindset. So if you're following me, I've literally got the word entrepreneur, and I'm going to talk about each letter, because I've defined each letter as a certain area. So if you want to follow me in that way, the first letter is E. First letter of entrepreneur is E, and E stands for entrepreneurial thinker. And what I mean by that is it is about being a big picture person. This is about having some vision. This is about starting with the end in mind. This is about being a creator. And most entrepreneurs have to have some of this going on in their head. They have to have some of this. So, this is about your ability to see beyond the first month or the first year or, the first 5 years. This is about saying, well, I'm not going to have a shop. I'm going to aim to have a chain of shops. Or, I'm not just going to start this company. I want to license this company. I want to franchise this company. Because if you can really define that big picture, that's what will motivate you. And in those moments of despair, when things are going wrong or not going to plan, if you can keep going back and focusing on this big picture, why is it I'm doing this? Why am I getting out of bed in the morning? What is it that's juicing me? You have to be able to see that big picture. And again, most entrepreneurs will tell you that, everything they've ever created, they've created in their own head first. So you have to be able to see this. You have to be able to visualize it. You have to be able to feel it, taste it, smell it. And that's the only way you'll make it happen. So, these things that I'm sharing with you are things that have kept me going in some of my sort of story. And I'm not for 1 minute saying there's somebody out there with all of this ticked and doing this perfectly. There isn't. This is a journey. This is a real development journey. And sometimes we get some areas right and some areas not so right, and that's part of our journey. So there's no such thing as perfect. There's just get going and get better. There is no perfect in any place. There's no room for perfect in business. So that's the E. So the E of entrepreneur is all about being an entrepreneurial thinker, this big picture person. Yeah. Moving on, the N, for me, stands for niche. It's all about understanding your niche. And we all are in a niche. We can't be all things to all people. And one of the biggest mistakes I see people making that go into business, particularly women, is that they try and be all things to all people. And so they don't say no to anything. They say, yes, I can do that. Oh, yes, of course I can do that. And they dilute what they're doing very quickly. And people get very confused. And actually, people don't believe you when you say you can do everything, because they know that that's not credible. So you have to be really clear about what that niche is and stick to it. So success is about what you say no to. And the more times you say no, and every time you say no, it takes courage. It takes real courage and conviction to say no. We don't do that. One of the businesses that I currently run is the Well-Heeled Divas. And the Well-Heeled Divas is all about women. And I can't tell you the amount of time when I've presented that concept and I've talked about what we do, I've had men coming up to me saying, why don't you do this for us? When are you going to do this for us? And my answer to that is always, well, you go do it for you. Because, may have escaped your attention, but I'm a woman. And I'm interested in working with women, and my passion is empowering women. It isn't empowering men. And so I say no to that all the time. Now, I could very easily say yes to that, but it would dilute my whole brand. It would dilute my passion. It would dilute everything that I'm doing, and it would confuse people, and people would feel somehow shortchanged, that here I was starting this company that was for them, and now all of a sudden I'm doing everything for everyone. So it does take courage to say no, but you really have to know what this niche is, and you have to stick with it. And your niche is, what can you be number one at? What can you be number one at? What is your thing? What are you expert at? What is your passion? What can you be number one at? And when you've found that, then the next stage is to brand it. And I heard Bev talking earlier about how people overcomplicate this whole idea of brand, and I absolutely agree with her. because I can't tell you the amount of people I've spoken to when they come up with this name of their business, and there's this blank look, what's it called again? And it's like, oh, well, I've come up with this idea. It's part my name, part my husband's name, part the cat's name, and it's our house number backwards in Latin. And it means nothing. It means nothing. No, unless you're a huge company and you've got huge resources and huge marketing budgets to put into this phenomenal campaign about your brand, then keep it simple. You know, you can develop it. You can develop it when you become a millionaire. But, you know, in the short space, keep it simple. People need to be able to understand what it is. On the same note, make it sexy. Because it would have been very easy for me to set up this company that's all about women, and we coach women, and we run personal development programs for women, and we have peer groups for women. It's very easy for me to call it Jane Kenyon and Associates. What I called it was the Well-Heeled Divas. You can clearly see which is more attractive. You can clearly see why we've had this brand that's grown very quickly, and women love it, because who doesn't want to be a diva? Doesn't want to be a well-heeled diva, yeah? So think about it, but don't overthink it. And, you know, if you're not a creative person, go and get some advice. Go and talk to somebody that is. Because it needs to be sexy, but not complicated or confusing. It doesn't necessarily need to say exactly what you do. It needs to entice people to find out what you do. It needs to be used as a promotional tool. But it can't be, you can't consider any of that until you understand this niche. So get the niche right, and then look at the brand. And spend some time looking at that brand and that name. Don't be rushed. Don't rush into it, you know, because you have to live with it for a long time. So you have to like it. You have to, you know, leave it for a few days. Come back to it. Does it still juice you? Is it still exciting you? Because you're going to be living with that for a long time. So that's the N in entrepreneur. Now we move on to the T. And the T stands for tenacious, having a pit bull mentality about your business, having absolute 100% self-belief. Because if you don't believe in this business, if you don't believe in your capability to make this business, then you may as well stop at this point. Because you have to have belief about this business and about you. And this for me, this is the number one. This is the number one thing that I spend most of my time when I work with women on, is this whole self-belief. Because it really doesn't matter whether you've got a fantastic business idea, a brilliant business plan, money in the bank, the best brand anybody's ever come up with, all this marketing savvy. If you don't believe in you, then you'll just fail. So this is absolutely key to your business. And it's about, if you've got any doubts about this, this is where you're in you. This is where you need to spend some time investing, maybe with a coach or a mentor, or read some books, or put yourself on some programs, or do what you're doing tonight. But this, you need to get this as right as possible, because this will make or break you. That's what it stands for. The next is R, and R stands for be recognized as a player, not a spectator. Now, what do I mean by that? Whenever you go to any performance at a concert or a sports event, and you look at what spectators do a few things. They make a lot of noise, and they're highly critical. So they always know a better way. They're always saying, well, you know, he put the wrong player in the wrong position, or, you know, if I was the manager, I would do it this way. So they make a lot of noise, and they criticize. And the best thing to do is to actually be a player, not a spectator, because the spectator never gets on the pitch. The spectator just makes a lot of noise around the edges and is very self-critical. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you need to be a player. You need to get in the game, and you need to get on the pitch. And the key is to surround yourself by other players, not by spectators, because spectators have a way of demotivating you. You know, they're not the best peers. If you want to be an entrepreneur, if you are an entrepreneur and you want to grow a business, then you need to surround yourself by people that are doing that, because they get the journey. They will pick you up on the days when, it's not going too well. They'll inspire you. They'll motivate you. All the spectators will do is criticize you. All the spectators will do is tell you, well, you see, you should have done it this way, or you should have done it that way, or why did you do that? But actually, they're not on the pitch. So, the key in terms of being an entrepreneur is to be a player, is to get in the game and to play the game and to practice the game. And the more you practice, the better you get at it. And when things don't go right, you learn from that. And the next time you don't do it that way, you do it a different way. So you have to be a player. The next E stands for embrace the concept of infinite potential. Embrace infinite potential. What I mean by this is like the next step on from belief. Entrepreneurs believe that they can do anything that they put their mind to. They don't believe that they're limited by what they've done in the past. Richard Branson's not sat there saying, oh, well, I can't do that because I've never done it before. Or, well, it didn't work last time, so I won't do it again. It's like, I can, I will, and I am. It's like there's just no limit out there. It's that whole I can attitude. And sometimes it's quite arrogant, but you need that. You need to believe that this can happen. And again, when you look at a lot of really successful entrepreneurs, the minute they've been told they can't do something, it tends to...
That's when they go for it.
Yeah, doesn't it? So the more somebody says to you, well, who's going to buy that? Or, you're not going to do that. That's what inspires you to say, well, you know what? You just watch me. So if you look at Branson, when he suggested he wanted to commercialize space travel, can you imagine that some of the people around him saying, you want to do what, Richard? And what on earth makes you think people are going to pay money for that? Well, they will. Or when people say, you shouldn't go head-to-head with Coca-Cola, or you shouldn't set up a mobile phone business, the market's already crowded, that's infinite potential. Because whatever you tell me I can't do, I am going to go and do. And you need to believe that. You need to believe that you can make it happen, because there will be a lot of naysayers. Their world is full of dream thieves. It's full of them. And so, you need to believe, and you need to say, I can, and I will, and I am. So you need to embrace that whole concept that potential is infinite, that you can be, do, and have anything that you put your mind to, that you put your focus to, that you put your time, your effort, and you invest in, you can make happen. And that's absolutely key if you're going to be a successful entrepreneur. The next one is something I've touched on. The P stands for peer network. So you have to have the right people around you, because you do become who you hang around with. So be very careful who you're hanging around with. And if you want to start or continue on this entrepreneurial journey, you need to have entrepreneurs around you, because they understand the game. They're already playing the same game. They may have done something that you've done and it didn't work for you, but it did for them, and they can advise you and support you, and more importantly, inspire you to stay on that journey. Because if you're talking to people that aren't in business about being in business, what do they know? How can they advise you? How can they support you? They can't, because they've got no experience of it. In the same way that if you want to be wealthy, if you want to be a millionaire, then you need to have some of those people in your peer group. You need to have people that are wealthy, or people that are on a journey to create wealth. They need to be in your peer group. And again, I speak to so many women about this who say, well, I've got great friends. This is not the same thing. This is not about friends. Sometimes friends are the very worst people to talk to about your business if they're not in business. If they've got a steady job in a bank and you're running a business and you've had a bad day and you sit down to talk to them about it, they are not going to be your best ally. They're not going to tell you what you want to hear and what you need to hear. They're going to tell you, well, do you know what, you should just get a job. And that's really not what you want to hear.
That's not what you want to hear.
Absolutely not. So, you need to make sure that you've got the right people in your peer group. And for me, the difference between a peer and a friend, a peer is somebody whose opinion you value. Now, that is not necessarily a friend or a member of your family, because their opinion is only valuable to you if it's from their experience. If they have experience of it, then that's a valuable opinion. If it's hearsay, or it's something they've read, or it's something that they think is possible, but they've no experience of it, it's not particularly a great opinion. So a peer is somebody whose opinion you value. So be really careful about who you're taking advice from and who's in this peer group. And I'm not suggesting that you go and dump all your friends or your family. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm saying that they're very different groups of people. They're very different groups. You know, people that inspire you are not always the same people that you eat dinner with, you know, that you have Sunday afternoon with. They, you know, you need to have different people for different elements of your life. And as an entrepreneur, your peer group needs to be other entrepreneurs, because you need that to keep you focused and to keep you sane, to be perfectly honest. So that's the P. The next is R, and R stands for risk taker. You know, to be an entrepreneur, you have to have an element of risk about you. And again,
that's why lots of people are afraid of doing it, isn't it?
Absolutely, and particularly women. Women have a big fear of risk, and it's linked to having a fear of debt. The two tend to go hand in hand. And again, I would say this is another area that I spend a lot of time with, because the opposite of being a risk taker is to be paralyzed by fear, is to sort of be sinking in your own comfort zone. And, you know, life begins at the end of your comfort zone. You have to feel the fear to live, to know you're alive. And when you can surpass that, well, then you get to the next level in life. You know, you can't make great things happen in your comfort zone. You can only make great things happen outside of it. You know, the amazing stuff, the amazing people, your dreams all exist at the end of that comfort zone. And so we have to learn to reframe this risk. And one of the ways that I do it with women is I talk to them about, I ask them if they own their own house. And most women will say, yes, they do. And I'll say, well, do you have a mortgage on that property? And most women will say, yes, I do. And so you don't own that house, do you? But it's amazing how we've managed to reframe that debt. You see, that is the biggest debt most of us will ever carry, our mortgage. But somehow we don't see it as a debt. We see it as an investment, because we see it as bricks and mortar, and we somehow have managed to reframe it to such a degree that we don't even define it as a debt. We define it as an investment. And so that is a great philosophy to bring into your business, because your business is an investment, and you are that business's biggest asset, and you demand investment. And if you can take the same philosophy into the business, then you will really have a different view to risk. Now, I'm not suggesting that you give your house to the bank. I'm not suggesting that. But, you know, you do need to get out of your comfort zone in terms of what you are and are not prepared to put on the line. You know, if you believe in this business and you believe in your capability to make this business happen, then the risk diminishes. The risk definitely diminishes. If you're questioning the risk, then for me, you're questioning the business and you're questioning your ability to make that business happen. And that's a different scenario. So, you know, the risk tends to be tied up in the way we view ourselves personally. So it's about unpicking that and reframing it. But until we do that, we'll never be true entrepreneurs. Until we unpick that and we reframe that risk, we're not going to be building big businesses. We're not going to be millionaires. You know, we're going to stay small and insignificant. We're going to stay at the point of self-employment or running a little business. And that's not where the fun is. And that's not where the shift is. And that's not what we deserve. And that's not even a tenth of what we're capable of. You know, we should be out there building big businesses, big brands, making big money, being amazing role models for girls who all want to follow in our footsteps. And actually, at the moment, we're not doing it. And this is one of the key reasons why we're not. So we really need to reframe that risk if we're going to be and achieve everything that we have the potential to achieve while we're in this life. That's a really big one. The next two are quite linked, the E and the N. The E stands for being excited about the business, and the N is its need to make a difference. These two things are about passion. And, You know, they're about making sure that you're doing the right thing, that you're in the right business. You need to be so passionate about this. You need to have your why. You need to really understand what the why is. And people that get this stand out a mile. People that are really passionate about what they do, they are contagious. You want to buy it, even if you didn't want it, because you buy into their passion. So, you know, Buddha says that your job here is to discover your job and then dedicate your life to it. And so my question is, what are you dedicating your life to today?
Yeah.
What is it that you're getting up to do every day? You know, and if it's not juicing you, if it's not making your heart sing, if it's not filling your life with joy, you're doing the wrong thing. And if you manage to create that passion and build a business in it, well, then, you know, in a way you can't fail. Because if this thing is what you're clearly passionate about, then the momentum is incredible. And I'm really lucky to actually work in the business that is my passion and to be able to develop businesses around that. And that's what gets me out of bed in the morning. That's what pushes me through that comfort zone, and that's what pushes me through that fear of risk, because I absolutely love what I do, and I know that it's what I'm here to do. I know that it's, you know, my purpose. And if in these moments of crisis, like we've been in for the past 3 or 4 years, and we've probably got a fair bit more of it to come, it's the why that people buy. You know, it's not that, you know, people do not buy what you do. They buy what you believe in. They buy you. You know, they buy your philosophy. It's really personal. And that's what makes a difference between a reasonable business and a business that's going to go. And another thing that I think will be worth having a look at is a guy called Simon Sinek, S-I-N-E-K. He recently wrote a book called Start With Why. And he talks about this whole issue of, you know, people don't buy what you do, they buy what you believe in. When they believe what you believe, they'll tell all their friends about you, they'll tweet about it. Then you'll recruit people that believe what you believe. It becomes so much more than just that we do this. It's about what we believe in. And most companies, they don't tell you what they believe in. They don't tell you their why. They tell you what they do. And you'll listen to this now, because you'll be conscious of this tomorrow. So most people, when you meet them at networks or when they're tweeting or the stuff they put on Facebook, they tell you what they do. Well, what you really want to know is why. You really want to know what their why is. You know, their websites tell you what they do. Well, what you really want to know is why they do it. What do they believe in? And the companies that can reverse that process are the ones that stand out. So, you know, we all have a why, a how, and a what. And most companies talk about, well, this is what we do, and this is how we do it. And they very rarely get to the why. Companies that reverse that and say, well, this is why we do what we do. This is a little how we do, and this is what we do. Stand out a mile. And one of those is Apple. And so Apple really focus on the why. You know, when you look at all their marketing materials, when you look at the way they talk about the business and their websites and so on, they talk about the why. And the why is that they're mavericks. They like to push technology. They like to, you know, see how far they can take it. You know, they want to be at the leading edge. You know, they talk about this why. And occasionally they might talk about how they do that, in the fact that they use the best chips and, you know, the smartest people and the best design and so on. And occasionally they might say, yeah, we also make good PCs. But their focus is on why. And so I challenge you to think about that in your business. I challenge you to think about the why. Because if you can reposition it on your belief and people buy into your belief, you will see a big shift in that business. And that's really how we need to tap into this social networking. That's what Twitter's about. That's what Facebook is about. It's about people buying your why. And if you talk about the why rather than the what, you'll see a big shift in the business. So those two things really tap into the why and not the what. And the next one is E, and another E, and that stands for enhancing your offer all the time. And what I mean by that is markets are changing all the time. People's needs are changing all the time. We're all customers. What we want today is going to be different to what we want next week, to what we wanted the week before. We're a bit fickle. When something new comes on the market, we all want to have a go at it and have a look at it. So this whole idea of brand loyalty is a bit of a misnomer now. We used to have it, but we don't now. So things are moving all the time, and the death of the business is to stand still. And when I look at some of my failures in business, it's when I've stood still. It's when I've thought, I've got this now. I know what I'm doing now, and I've become complacent. And I've lost market share, and I've not noticed the competitors taking business off me, and so on and so forth. So it's moving all the time, and we need to move with it. And if we don't move with it, we die. So all I'm saying is that we need to be aware of that, and we need to be bringing out new things and enhancing things and making them bigger and better and adding value to what we're doing all the time. The U stands for understand, leverage, and sustainability. Now, when people ask me what is an entrepreneur, to me, an entrepreneur is somebody that is building something that is bigger than them. It's sustainable. They're building something. They're not somebody that's self-employed and is creating a lifestyle income. They're building something bigger than them. So it's about understanding how to do that. It's about understanding leverage. And when you look at what wealth is and where wealth comes from and how we get wealth, then, the simple equation is all wealth is value times leverage. It's value times leverage. And the value is, what is the niche? And what do you bring to that niche? That's your value. And the leverage is, how can you scale that up? How do you make that bigger? How do you get more customers? And this isn't rocket science. There are only probably 15 ways of scaling up any business, and they're either through people or processes. And so, you either employ more people, or you employ affiliates, or you employ ambassadors, or you outsource, or those are all people things. Or you look at processes, so you automate things, you franchise things, you license things. So, there aren't that many, it doesn't matter what business it is, there are pretty standard ways of getting leverage. But you have to understand your value first. You have to understand this niche. You have to get out there and make it happen and do it. And then you look at, where's the leverage in that niche? How can I build that to create more momentum and create a bigger business? So for me, an entrepreneur understands leverage. They understand that this is bigger than them. This is about building something that is bigger than them and is sustainable. And that's the key difference between being an entrepreneur and being self-employed. And for me, as women, it is our time to be entrepreneurs. We've done self-employed. We've done it well, and we've done it for long enough. What we need to be doing is building businesses. And the final one in my entrepreneur mindset is R, and R stands for being recognized as a leader. Being recognized as a leader, somebody that leads, somebody that inspires. And one of the things I say to people, leaders have followers. And if you look behind you and there's nobody following you, then you're just out for a walk. You're not a leader. Leaders have followers. And those followers can be anywhere. In the world of social media, they can be following you, they can be listening to your blog, they can be signing up for your newsletter. But, to be a leader is to inspire. To be a leader is to be a role model. To be a leader is, to somebody that's ahead, that's out front. And as entrepreneurs, that's what we should be. So for me, that's the entrepreneur mindset. That's what I work towards every day. I haven't got every one of those ticked off. I'm on a journey, and, I have good days and bad days like we all do. But to me, that's what I work on. And if I can get all of those moving in the right direction, then, I don't have any issue that wealth will follow.
I think it's fantastic. I've never heard anyone, streamline the word entrepreneur and explain it the way you've done it. It's just, I've just been taking, all I've been doing the whole of this summit is taking notes and notes and notes.
What a studious woman you are.
I've just been taking notes, but it's really, fantastic what you've just shared with us. Very, very fantastic.
Good.
Yes. One question I would like to ask is, are people born entrepreneurs or can they develop into one?
Well, for me, that's a really easy question because it's learned behavior. It's all learned behavior. You know, I mean, some people may, if you're born into a family of entrepreneurs, you may have a little bit more sway to be moved that way. So, for instance, if your parents are both teachers, then the likelihood of you going into teaching is pushed up a gear, isn't it? If both your parents are doctors, the same thing happens. If both your parents are lawyers, the same thing happens. So if your mother or father is an entrepreneur and you've grown up with somebody in the family like that, and you see kind of, you feed into their mindset a little bit, then that's going to help you. That's definitely going to help you. I mean, my father was a very successful entrepreneur, a multimillionaire by the age of 40. And so, you know, I kind of grew up watching him develop businesses and, you know, and shared in his successes and really was really interested in what he was doing and definitely picked up on some of his spirit. But, you know, I know people that have got none of that in their background and have still become entrepreneurs. So for me, it's learned behavior. It's got nothing to do with anything that you're born with. I think we're all born with the ability to be an entrepreneur, without question.
Thank you. Well answered. People talk about the economy and how did they survive it, and every time you know there's one person grumbling and one person complaining. What do you think? What would you have to share? You know, how to survive and thrive in this economy?
Well, for me, it's about that why question again, because you know that's what sustains you. I mean, this isn't the only sort of down economy we've ever had, and it certainly won't be the only one we ever do have. You know, there's always going to be things to knock you off balance. You know, it may not necessarily be this economy. It might be something that happens in your personal life. It might be, you know, the bank pulling the plug on you. It might be a whole realm of things. And the only thing that is going to keep you focused and that's going to allow you to ride over this is your passion, is your reason for doing this. And if you can be so easily knocked that you quit, then you're doing the wrong thing. Because it doesn't matter what happens to me, you know, and I've had some tough decisions to make in the past 4 years with both the businesses that I run currently, because the economy is tough. It hasn't stopped me doing it. I've just looked for different ways of doing it. I've looked for different ways of funding it. I've changed some of the things we do. I've changed how we do it. I've changed where we do it, because nothing will stop me doing it, because this is what I'm here to do. So because I'm so aligned to that passion, I will not be knocked. If, you know, if you're not in that, if you're not doing what you absolutely are so here to do, then you will quit. You will quit. So it's not just this economy, it can be anything. You really have to find what this passion is. You really have to tap into it. You know, you have to do some work on you to find out what it is. You know, what do you love doing? What is your value here? You know, what is your purpose? What should you be contributing to? What is going on in this world that you need to do something about? That, you know, that you need to step up and do something about? Because when you find that, nothing is going to stop you from doing it. Nothing. So whether it be this economy, whether it be a relationship issue, whether, you know, it be a financial issue, whatever it is, nothing will stop you doing it if you're doing the right thing.
Yeah. I was going to open the call and let's see if we have some questions. Ladies, if you've got questions, I'm going to unmute you now, and so that you can ask your question, ask Jane your question. So you are unmuted. If you've got a question, just introduce yourself and ask your question. Any questions for Jane? Okay. Okay, I think they rather listen, so.
They're all busy writing and listening. Well, that's good, isn't it? Very studious.
Yeah.
That's good. I don't know. So, Placida, are you in your passion? Are you doing what you love?
I am doing what I love. Honestly, you can wake me any time of the day, midnight, 1 a.m., and I will do it. I wouldn't have to prepare or think. I had to leave my administrative job. I worked 12 years in administration in a school, and I struggled with it. I've realized that the only part of the job I loved was when I communicated with the students or when people came with their issues, and I was there to help them. And I said to myself, I don't want to be signing papers and sorting papers all my life. I don't want to retire doing this. Is not me. And I left it. People thought I was crazy. Oh, if you're senior assistant registrar of a college, you're already there right at the top. Why are you leaving your job? But what I did, I basically ran. So I just took a step. I didn't tell my close friends. I didn't tell anyone that I knew was going to stop me. And I left. I just left to do my passion, to do what I love, and I'm loving it. Every day I'm impacting lives. I get a thank you text message, thank you email, or the tip you shared with me worked. I get that every day, and that's what I live on. That's what I'm happy about.
And the journey, you don't really know where it's going to take you when you get on that path, do you? Because what I do today, particularly with the work with young girls, with teenage girls, I would never have thought that that's what I would be doing. I would never have thought when I worked in corporate, when I worked for big companies, that I would be working with so many women, because I worked in a very male-dominated industry. I was the only woman at board level, and I didn't really have an issue with that because I rather like men. So I wasn't sort of being discriminated against or anything. But if anybody would have told me at that time that at 28 that I will be in my 40s, I will be running businesses focused on women and teenage girls, I'd have said they were mad. I won't be doing that. What do you mean I won't be doing that? But, I feel as though everything that I've done has led me to this point, and has been to get me to this point. And, particularly the work that I do with teenage girls in schools, and it's just so overwhelming, to see those girls finally get how powerful they are, and, finally get that they are capable of doing and having whatever they want, and there's a whole world out there, and that they can go out and make it happen. That's why I'm here. That's what switches my light on. Yeah,
and that actually leads me to the next bit, which is, the social enterprise girls out loud. If you could just tell us a little bit more about.
What's really interesting about the Girls Out Loud stuff, I did have a tough time in my youth. I had a really hard time when I was 15, 16, because I come from a very wealthy family, but I had a huge fallout with my father when I was 15, and he literally disowned me. He abandoned me. And so I went from living in a very privileged environment to literally being on my own at 16, broke, nothing. And I didn't have anybody to turn to about that. I didn't have anybody to talk to. I wasn't allowed to contact. I had a brother and a sister. I wasn't allowed to contact them. I literally got completely swept aside. And your journey is never linear. I wasn't kind of thinking, what I'm going to do when I grow up? I'm going to help other girls that are like, lost at my age. I wasn't thinking that at all. But what happened to me when I started to run the Divas, the Well-Heeled Divas, which again was quite an accidental business, because I've been working with women, I've been coaching women, I've been running coaching circles for women, and I was amazed at what I saw. I was amazed how powerful women are, and they don't get it. That it all looks like everything's working on the outside, but inside they're peddling away, they're insecure, they've got self-esteem issues, and they're trying to play this superwoman, I'm perfect game, and I couldn't compute it. So I set up this company that was all about women. And 2 years into that organization, I had an aha moment when I realized that what we were actually doing was creating role models. We were creating these amazing women that we somehow then needed to get into schools, because watching what's happening to our young girls terrifies me. Watching the growth in girl gangs, watching them being self-harming, most girls by the age of 14 are on a permanent diet. This whole sort of focus on their external validation, that they'd rather be beautiful than clever. Their aspirations are getting lower and lower. The growth in teenage pregnancies, the growth in sexually transmitted diseases, the binge drinking. I mean, you name it. You can't pick up a newspaper every day without being faced with all of this. And that was really worrying me. And so I recognized halfway through the Diva journey that there were all these amazing women that were coming through our programs, and they should be the future role models for these girls, not the glamour models, not the wags, not the sort of celebrity culture that we live in. These are the women that should be inspiring them. And so I needed to find a way to make that happen. And I started to work in schools. I started to go in and speak and tell my story in schools. And I got invited into a couple of schools to develop programs to work with some very difficult girls who really were disconnecting, who were just kind of losing the plot. And I went in and developed programs and worked with them. And so then 2 years ago, I set up a social enterprise called Girls Out Loud. And what Girls Out Loud does, it works with teenage girls, generally 14, 15-year-olds, but we do work with girls as young as 13, so it's from secondary school onwards. And we do various things. We go into schools, we take these amazing women, these role model women, into schools. We run day seminars, we run 3-month coaching programs for girls. And then 6 months ago, we launched a nationwide mentoring program for young girls called Big Sister, because we truly believe that every girl needs a big sister. And, if I'd have had a big sister when I was 15, I know for sure that my first steps into that big world out there would have been so much more sure-footed. I would have had so much more confidence. As it was, I didn't have anybody. So, everybody needs a big sister. So what we do is we take these amazing role models, these amazing women that you've had on this call that are probably sat listening to this, they're all out there, and we hook them up with a young girl to mentor her for 12 months. And we're doing that all over the UK. So if anybody wants to be a big sister and knows that they have something to give and they can commit to working with a young girl for an hour a month for the next 12 months, just go and have a look at our website, which is girlsoutloud.org.uk. There's information on there about Big Sister. Just email us and we'll come back to you.
Wow. That's a fantastic thing you're doing there. Wow. Because the world has so changed. People, the young ones don't know what's right or wrong anymore. Parents
absolutely. Yeah. And they've lost so much confidence, and even girls that are academically bright, even girls. I mean, we work with the independent girls' schools. They're still terrified. They still are in fear of making the wrong decision. They're still terrified of failure. So they don't make any decisions for fear of making the wrong one. So it's nothing to do with qualifications, this. It's nothing to do with whether you get good qualifications or you don't get any. It goes far deeper than that. And in a way, if we don't deal with it when they're that age, then they'll be dealing with it all their life, won't they?
Yeah.
They'll be struggling to work out who they are, because this is really an identity issue. And, they'll be struggling to work out who they are and what they're capable of and so on and so forth all their life. So I'd rather nip it in the bud when they're young enough to be able to understand what we're talking about, to be able to emotionally connect to that, so that they become amazing role models themselves. And the whole concept of Big Sister is that they become big sisters. So within 5 years of them going through that program, they become a big sister to us. So the whole thing, when I talk about this big picture, when I talk about an entrepreneur having this big picture, there's a serious big picture in that enterprise. That the girls that go through the program become models for the next girls. And it's kind of that pay it forward. And we're starting to see that happen now. So we've got the first girls that went through a Girls Out Loud program 3 years ago. And, they're only like 19, 20, but boy, they're so wise. And they now talk to younger girls than them. And, to sit and listen to them talk about themselves is just awesome. Absolutely awesome. So anybody who wants to get involved in that, we're running programs all over the country. So there's no excuse, all over the UK. And who knows, we could go for global domination at some point. But at the moment, we're concentrating on the UK. So anybody who wants to get involved in that, have a look at the site and join us.
Fantastic. So, Jane, where can these ladies find you? I know you've told them about the Girls Out Loud website.
So girlsoutloud.org.uk is the social enterprise. can follow me on Twitter at Divadumrocks. The Well-Heeled Divas is wellheeledivas.com. So any one of those three things. Wellheeledivas.com, Twitter at Divadumrocks, or you can find me on my name, actually, Jane Kenyon, or girlsoutloud.org.uk.
Fantastic. Wow. Really eye-opening.
It's been fun. It's been fun.
Yes,
it's been fun.
It has been. It has been. You see, it wasn't wrong for me. I did the right thing, seeing your profile on Twitter, and I'm like, this lady, I need to have her on this summit,
You see, Twitter works. How amazing is Twitter? The people that I've connected with and found on Twitter, and I've only been on Twitter for 6 months. It took me quite a while to get to grips with it, but I love it. It's a fantastic tool to meet people. So there's a lesson in Twitter.
Thank you very, very much.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope the rest of the conference goes brilliantly.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
You're very welcome. Ladies, I'm sure you've enjoyed yourself today. Just tell your friends about it, tweet about it, put it on Facebook, send out an email. Let your friends know what's happening here on Women Unleash Potential Summit. Great, great speakers, and we've only just started. So share it with your friends. Let them know what's going on. And we've got our next call in 30 minutes. So, yes, at 10. Oh, no, 10:30. I'm losing time now.
Time to go and have a quick brew.
Yes, time for another quick brew. Yeah, so we've got our next call coming in. So go get yourself a tea, a cup of coffee, and then let's get back here to listen to Karen Williams, and she's got loads of tips also. Jane was absolute. Jane, thank you very much,
pleasure,
honestly.
Pleasure. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Thank you. Yeah, good night all, and I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hello, ladies. We're here again to Women Unleash Your Potential Summit, and my name is Placida Acheru, the founder of Coaching for Excellence. I am your host today, and I'm really excited. Why? Because I have 21 extraordinary women who are impacting their world, and they are here to share with you the secret of how they unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. Now, this event was put together as a way to motivate you, encourage you, empower you, educate and enlighten you so that you become all that you are brought on this earth to be. Woman, I tell you, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, one thing you must do for me before the show kicks off is make sure you're in a very quiet space and you are comfortable. Turn off every distraction, get focused, have a pen and notepad because loads and loads of tips are going to be going out. We've had previous calls before this one, and I told you 21 women. How amazing. We had Naomi Sese, woman who spoke about wealth creation and global transformation and the female market. And she told us from her research that in 2020, we're going to have loads of multi-millionaire women, and you can be one of them if you start now. Michelle Walsh talked about emotionally surviving divorce, separating your past from your future, and we know that a lot of ladies have gone through divorce and are still holding back to their past, and so they cannot do much with their future. So she showed us how we can separate our past from our future. We had Pam Lahon, the social entrepreneur, and she shared with us how we can use social media to grow our businesses. We had Terry Levine, who shared growth versus growing, and she says how you can get more customers, more clients in this economy. And some people said it's not possible. Terry says it is possible, and she showed us how we can do that. We had Bev James, and she was a special feature for this event, and she shared with us how to hire our first member of staff. And the most common mistake that people make when starting a business. And she has put all that in a book that she has just written called Do It or Ditch It. And we had Jane Kenya, who spoke about the essential mindset drivers to be a successful entrepreneur. And she said, if you've got the passion, if you've got the self-belief, if you've got the good network, you've got vision, tenacity, and you've got the infinite potential, you're on your way to being a successful entrepreneur. We had Alison Marks, the six-figure home business expert, and she shared with us how we can declutter our space so that we can bring in wealth and things can come into our lives. We have Stephanie Hale, who said we must publish, we must become authors. And if you haven't thought about it, begin to think about it, because I am going to be an author very soon. And we had a lovely Catherine Palmer, and she spoke about how to create your ideal relationship. Now, she said to us, a lot of women are all about work, money. For example, Placida, and we're not thinking about creating an ideal relationship, but I'm taking her advice and I'm working towards my ideal relationship. We had Kathleen Austin, who talked about passion and purpose and how passion and purpose can create wealth for you. Today we have a very special guest. Before I introduce my special guest, I want to say to you, if you've missed this Telesummit and you want to hear all that these lovely speakers have talked about, you can get the package. So just check out on the website and you'll find information on how you can get the whole pack of this event. Now, I'm going to introduce my very special guest. Very, very special guest. You will know why she's very, very, very special. Her name is Crystal Williamson, and she began as a speaker and facilitator in the computer training field in 1989. And she began as an administrative assistant with a non-profit organization and worked her way up to the computer IT department. After being there for 11 years, she aspired to learn more applications and to help more clients. Throughout the 90s, she trained a variety of Fortune 500 companies, including media conglomerates, financial firms and non-profit organizations, legal firms, educational institutes, government, state and city, cosmetics, fashion, insurance companies, auction houses, and even tobacco company. She became interested in coaching right after the 9/11. She noticed the professionals who helped the shell shock all over the world were not medical doctors or psychiatrists. They were coaches. And she did extensive research and found the best place to become a certified coach, the Open Center in New York City. The day after sending the initial registration and payment, she was laid off from her computer training job at a large law firm where she worked. When she got home that night, she received a letter from the Open Center, and it was a confirmation for the coaching course. She discovered an even better career and way to live and flourish as a coach. And since then, Crystal has not looked back. And today, I want to welcome to you my very, very special friend, one of my very first friends on Facebook. When I first joined Facebook, Crystal, are you there?
Yes, hello, Placida. I'm here, and I'm in New York City. And we're laughing so much, everyone, because we really do. We know each other very well.
Yeah. Thank you so much for being on this call. And I'm so delighted because the topic you have today is just a fantastic topic. It says, can't remember now. I've lost my train. I think I'm so excited that I've lost the train of thought.
And it's just been an amazing lineup of course, amazing women. That word is really being said. Sometimes people say things, oh, you're amazing, oh, you're amazing. These women are amazing, amazing. Yeah. And I'm very honored to be one of these special women in your amazing Telesummit today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And today you're going to be sharing difficult times, great results. And I think it's a fantastic, when you sent me that topic, I was like, yes, this is a very good topic for the season. And I'm not going to distract you. I'm just going to let you carry on with it. Thank you. Again, thank you. So I'm so excited to have you here. No, they can't understand why I'm so excited, but you carry on with the call.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It's funny. Facebook was somewhat new to the both of us. Of course, you can find people in your life years ago, but the big thing about Facebook, that's the way I use it. I use it to network with other incredible entrepreneurs of all types, and of course to help people, to just connect with people and see how I can collaborate with them. It's interesting. Difficult times, great results. How is that possible? I remember I mentioned to someone recently about this topic, and they said that actually to me, is that possible to have difficult times and great results? And actually one of your speakers mentioned, one of your speakers talked about that through these times, and I'm putting quotes up there, these difficult times that are happening, yes, you can start a business. Yes, you can push yourself far ahead. About, I think it was 2 years ago, it might have been a little longer, 2 years ago, I heard someone say that most millionaires and millionaire-type businesses started during a depression or a depressive time in the economy. If you think about a lot of major companies that were flourishing perhaps in the 70s and the 80s, a lot of them started in the 30s and the 40s in all over Europe and the United States, and that's when the Great Depression started. So these entrepreneurs started with virtually nothing. They saw a need, and they said, fill it. That's kind of the quintessential thoughts with difficult times and still having great results. And it's very important for this is my mindset, is that it's wonderful to take classes on building your business, read books, to be with people that are in the same milieu as you. But it's very important that all those things are wonderful, but you need to also have the mindset where things are incredible. Things are going to, it's not that things will get better, things will be, as much effort as I put into it, things are going to happen. Opportunities will arise in many different ways and forms. And the way I look at this difficult times, there's an kind of a three-step mindset that I have for people so they can, if they're going through a difficult time, and it can be anything from trying to get through grief to, and it can be grief of losing a loved one or losing a job, because sometimes you've been at this job for 15, 20 years. Guess what? You're going to grieve over that. You will. You are connected to whatever that is. It's like a little death. It really is. It's like it's passing on from you. So it could be something like that, or even something as minimal, and I think of it as minimal perhaps now, is you're online at the grocery store and you have a difficult person that is around you. And, of course, at that time it seems like the worst thing ever, right? But days later, sometimes, even if you are still thinking about it, it's not as major as it was at that moment. So these 3 A's can really help you get through what that difficult time is. And also it's that negative self-talk that can be a part of it. And I know for me, when I was pushing myself in my business, there were a lot of things I thought about, and I said, well, it's like, I don't understand. Other people are doing better. Other people are getting more clients. Other people are, it was always prefaced with other people are.
Other people, yeah.
And basically it was not me. That was basically the thing. It was not me. I'm not doing, why am I not getting, why is this happening to me? That was a lot of my mindset and my thought. And these, like I said, the 3 A's helped me. And within the 3 A's, you can use the 5 senses, which is, I know we're familiar with the 5 senses, but you can get through with 1, 2, 3, or all 5 of the 5 senses to get you through each step, because sometimes you get a little stuck. And sometimes it was like, well, what would it taste like for success? What if I could touch something and I have some kind of connection to it. I could smell it and so on, and I'll be going through how that might help and how you might do it. And guess what? Those five senses, I might think of something, anyone else would think of something too. And I have a couple of things. I have a free offer for people, and it'll be on your website. It'll be on your website, and anyone else who wants anything from me, that'll also be on your Woman Unleash Your Potential. That'll be on your website with my name. So.
Okay.
So let's start looking at the 3 A's. And the 3 A's are awareness, acceptance, and action. It's not, you've probably heard of the 3 A's before, awareness, acceptance, and action. And you may say, Crystal, it's nothing really new. Why? Okay, I've heard of all of those, awareness, acceptance, and action. But it's the way you may put them all together. This is how you can move to the next level, or just move and get through what you're doing. This is another thing. You can't, if you're having a particular situation that you're hitting your head against the wall about, you can't go around it, so you're not going to be able to avoid it, because it's going to come back and rear its ugly head again in another form. You can't go around it, you can't go under it, you can't go over it. You've got to go through it. So you have to address what is going on, and a solution will present itself. And it could be a multiple-part solution. And then when you get to the other side, you'll see what action you need to take. Again, that awareness, acceptance, and action, those 3 A's, they're basically tied together. They're interdependent with each other. They're almost like steps, stair steps, because if you ever skipped a step as you're walking up or down stairs, yes, you can do it, but you're not going to do it all the time. It exhausts you. There's so many things. I remember when I was younger, I would always jump up and down steps very much, and eventually you get like, it would just be easier to walk up each step one at a time, and you can kind of connect it better. You can't accept what you do or not act. You have to take action in a certain way that's the best progress. You can't just say, well, let me do this, and let me do this. So you can't take action in a willy-nilly manner. You really can't move to the next level unless you've really completed the step before it. Awareness is a big thing. Before I get to the awareness, just to kind of reiterate what the 5 senses are, the 5 senses are sight, their touch, their taste, hearing, and smell. So sight, touch, taste, hearing, and smell. And I might ask, which one is the most important to you right now?
I think for me, my sight.
Yeah, right, because it could be, I love how you preface this in the beginning, get to a quiet place, listen to what we're saying. So you might think, well, Crystal, it's hearing. That makes sense. But what if you're having dinner at this time? You're having lunch. So then taste is important. And I see you out there, not you, Placida, but I see people out there having their dinner. Or they're having a snack. So, yes, that might be important. You might be also looking at your email as you're listening to this. And what I'm going to ask everyone is not to, just like you said, Placida, don't multitask when you're listening, not only to this part of the telesummit, but any part. Be as present as possible. It sounds like Dr. Eckhart Tolle, but be present in whatever's possible, and you'll see that you'll probably think of new things that Placida and myself, if we start talking, Placida, we could think of something. You could think of even more things that are pretty much more indicative to your life. Yeah. So it really can vary. Those senses can vary depending on the time of the day. Now, it's funny because in the morning, I wear glasses to see. So in the morning, first thing, sight is really important to me because everything's fuzzy. I know people who they're looking for their contact lenses. I really need to get the glasses on
first and foremost. So I look around. I know my glasses are right near my bed table, so I put them on immediately. So sight is very important. And it's interesting, taste might be most important to you. Smell might be, I got to smell my coffee before I talk to anybody, and then tasting of the coffee and so on. Do we know anyone like that? I don't know. I think that's the second priority for me is tasting the coffee.
Yeah.
So it depends on what time of the day. During the day, of course, when I'm coaching during the day, it's hearing. And sometimes hearing can be multifaceted. It can be, you're hearing and you're listening, two different skills. And I live in New York City, so sometimes it's smell is very important.
Yeah.
I'm not making fun of New York, but it sometimes is. And Placida, you live in a large city also, so.
Yeah.
So it really does depend on when you're doing this. There may be certain senses that are more of a priority than others, and they just stand out. And you know what? Let them stand out. If you're in a situation and smell is important, you might think, why isn't hearing important? Let smell be important. Guess where your smell can take you. Okay, so it can take you to a place where you'd say, wow, if I just kept myself in the box and think hearing or sight is most important, I might not have seen this other opportunity or seen something else happening in my life. So always keep those five senses in mind. And like I said, we're going to talk about awareness first. So those five senses can actually push me and start thinking about which sense is the most important. So let's hit it with awareness. So awareness of the situation is very important, the first of the 3 A's. So it's very, very interesting when you're aware of the situation. I don't necessarily mean, for instance, something that's kind of minor. You might have a difficulty at the grocery store. Well, I know what it is. That person was, or there was someone who did something, or that may not be the situation that's going on. That might not be the bottom line of what's going on, the awareness of it. It's never, I'll put it this way, I don't like to use absolutes, but I'll put it this way. Very rarely it's the first thing I'm thinking of. So it's not necessarily the first thing you're thinking of. It's like, I'm angry, I'm annoyed, I'm whatever. That is the first thing that maybe is acceptable to what your brain is thinking. So you got to kind of get underneath what's the underlying issue of things. And awareness of the issue is very, very important. And one thing you can do is, there's a great book that had been out a few years ago called Write It Down and Make It Happen. And it's exactly that. Write down your goals, and the how always comes about. The steps to get to your goal it always presents itself to you. So a lot of times writing is a good thing for that. And to make yourself aware of what the situation is and the issue, you can actually write almost like a little article or a blog. And I don't mean publish the blog, but you're writing it down. This is for you. So you're writing it down for you. And what you do is you just write down the situation, and there's no judgment of what you're doing. Just write down exactly what happened from beginning to end. Don't edit anything. Don't worry about if you're typing. Don't worry about typos. I'm a typo crazy person. If I'm typing something on the computer, that's wrong. Go back, spell check. Okay, now I can go forward. Just type it out. Just type it out, or just handwrite it. Just handwrite the situation down. Like I said, no editing, no judgment. Yes, it'll be a stream of consciousness with what you're doing. And when you feel you're done, sometimes this can get very, very, it can be a small situation that took 5 minutes. Someone took your parking space. They saw you coming up to the parking space, going to align your car properly, and they zipped right in and walked away. Yes, that happens all over the world, right, Placida?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
I know. So, anything, like I said, that's minor that can happen. Oh, a loved one is very, very sick. And even if a doctor speaks to you maybe in a flip kind of a way, and you are, you're not sure where your anger is. You're just angry at the person. Whatever the situation is, you can become aware of the bottom line just by writing it down, like I said, from beginning to end. You know when you're done. In fact, before you start writing, you might take a few moments, do a little breathing just to see where to start sometimes, and then just keep going and going, and then you stop when you need to. Interesting point here. After you've written it, of course, read it. And this is where you may start to see patterns. I mean, are you using blaming language? Remember when I mentioned to you about why is this happening to me all the time?
Yeah.
Why can't I find a parking space? Why does someone always do this to me? Why is it that I always get the grocery clerk that's the slowest? Or whatever, why is this doctor always around, and so on. You can why is this happening? Am I blaming myself for something, or am I blaming myself for my misjudgment, my poor judgment? I can start thinking of, I can start looking at patterns that's happening within that. And it's interesting because there's something called the law of polarity, where basically everything in the world, everything in the universe has its opposite. And within that polarity, you have a right side, you have a left side, there's an up, there's a down. And the law of polarity not only states that everything has an opposite, but it's also an equal type of an opposite. So if you start seeing all these issues, that, oh, wow, I'm seeing the negative thing. There's got to be a positive thing that is just as powerful as that opposite that's happening. That's where you're starting to look at things and the blaming that might be coming in, and you start to see, like I said, you start to see some patterns. Okay. With this, like I said, what are you seeing in yourself? Are you tasting something? Are you smelling something, hearing something that is going on, that's happening? So all of those, use all of those when you do the writing it down. And when you're looking back and reading it, definitely you can do that. Once you've gotten to that point, you might want to give it a title. It's funny. Quite often when anybody who's done a blog or has written a book or even just written a list of things, quite often we title them in one way or another. It's the overreaching theme of what's going on, even if you're going to the grocery store, just something really straightforward. You might go to one grocery store for certain items and another grocery store for others. Okay, so title it. And it's funny how more like peculiar what title you may pick initially before you've written it down. Notice I said to you, write it down first, look at patterns, then title it. Because if I title it first, I might say, Grocery Clerk irks Crystal again, And, how is that blaming language? I'm always finding the one clerk that can't, scan the items properly or something like that. The line looks short, but it turns out longer. And like I said, it can be something major. You can even have an accident with your car. And why do I always find the one person who doesn't have their insurance or wants to work? All of these things,
Actually, Crystal, it brings me to something I think that's really very common. Most people forget. It's when you're looking for something. And then you hear things like, whenever I look, I want to find something. I never see it. And when I don't need it, that's when I find it, So, what I began becoming aware of it. So what I say to myself, when I realize I'm like looking for something and I'm about to say those words, I change the words and say, whenever I look for something, I actually do find it. Even if I haven't found it yet, I just change the words because unconsciously, we tend to say those negative words, I never find things when I'm looking for them. So I think I understand being aware. It's good to be aware of whatever it is that you're doing. And even when you begin, yeah.
Absolutely. And once you know, that's absolutely true what you said, you're aware of some of these patterns, some of this language that you're saying about yourself, or you might be blaming others, because blaming puts the responsibility on someone else.
Yeah.
And the responsibility is basically on you. Once that awareness gives you that opportunity, once you know, I have friends who say, once you know, you can't say you don't know anymore. Once you know, you can't say you don't know anymore. So once you become aware of these things, guess what? Like something, I know I keep talking about the grocery clerk or something that might happen at the supermarket or just buying something very simple, but sometimes that's like an overlying issue that really kind of permeates itself in other areas of my life, almost every area of my life. Am I blaming myself for not making the right decision at the grocery store, for picking the fastest clerk? And now, why am I always, to put it back on my business, why am I always picking a client who says, as opposed to when I quote my price, well, that's too much. Can I do this instead? And then I start thinking, why am I always picking people like this? Why am I picking people who say, no, I'm not really interested in what you do. I just saw your ad and I thought that was interesting. And then you start thinking, well, why am I doing this business? Why am I talking to people? Why am I submitting myself to speak? And then they say, no, thank you, we've chosen someone else, or whatever the case may be. Then you start pushing. It starts little by little, and then suddenly you've stopped pursuing your dream. Are you continuing to do what you want to do? This awareness is really incredibly important. It's funny, the comedian and actor and producer Bill Cosby?
Yeah.
He had a great quote that said, is the glass half empty or half full? You've heard that. Is it half empty or half full? And he says, it depends. Are you drinking or are you pouring?
Okay.
I like that, too. I like that myself because it's like, if you look at what am I doing, and this is repeating itself in many ways, and guess what? It's not just repeating itself in those minor things. It's repeating itself in the negative things. In the major things, too, in that negative thought, negative thinking. So the awareness is kind of the basis for everything. You can't have an idea with the way to execute the idea. It has to become present pretty much simultaneously. So this writing it down and becoming aware of it, if you see it, then sometimes you can start to see the solution. The solution is right there, and sometimes it's not exactly what you're writing. It's in between the lines, that awareness. It's very important. It's interesting because, Placida, when you and I started speaking with this awareness, I was just starting to do more and more coaching and everything. And the awareness really helped me, and I'll tell you how it helped me. I was at that point where I was trying to make a decision, well, should I take a 9-to-5 job or should I continue my coaching? And I wasn't sure, and it's funny because right around the time I had taken a 9-to-5 job for a period of time, but right around that time I was still thinking, well, should I continue the 9-to-5 or should I continue coaching? You called me for this Telesummit. You called me for this Telesummit. So it's funny how you put things out there when you become aware of them, that part of your life, that how always becomes available. It's like, just like you said in my bio in the beginning, is like, should I continue working? Well, they made the decision for me when they laid me off, and then look what happened. I started as a coach. Things always happen in the right order. And accept them as, when you become aware of them, then you start the accepting part, which is the next the next A that we're going to talk about. So just make sure you know, write it down, start looking at things, title it, and then start looking at some of the, like you said, like those keywords that are in there. You might even say, it sounds like we're doing like a Google search on our life. We almost are doing something like that, because you're looking at things and you're saying, oh, wow, I keep seeing this. I keep seeing this type of thing. You might want to start seeing that solution or start to become aware of what's going on. We'll start to look at synonyms for certain words, and there's a couple of great websites where you can find synonyms for words and just meanings for words in general. The dictionary is your friend, because even if it's a word that is like a word like awareness, if you want to look that up in the dictionary, it kind of clarifies what you're doing. It's like, well, what does awareness mean? So you can look it up and you can find out even more information, more clarity on what you're doing. And this is all about your mindset when you get to try and get to that next level, to move yourself, push yourself to that next level.
Fantastic.
So let's talk about the acceptance that's coming up.
Yeah.
So that acceptance is that second part in there. So it's funny. What am I supposed to accept if someone else did something to me? So you might want to, for that acceptance, you accept that you're responsible for whatever situation is going on. You might not have gotten yourself into the situation, but you're responsible for your reaction to whatever happened.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a great and powerful place to come from. It's funny, the word responsible, again, I'm big into dictionaries. What responsible actually is, you're answerable to the situation, and or you're accountable to whatever the situation is, what's going on. So you're the person that might be the cornerstone to the situation that's happening. You know, how are you accountable to yourself in the particular situation that you're going through? Who do you answer to in that particular situation? You're responsible for, remember those synonyms that we were talking about? You're responsible for that. And what's the important thing that's happening to you right now? Is it important that this situation be resolved, or is there a bigger picture that maybe that's a smaller cornerstone of it, that's a smaller part of it? What's going on? What's the most important thing right now that's going on? If it's something major that has happened in your life, what's the most important thing that I'm responsible for right now? Again, you can write stuff down for that, and how can you find that? You know, what's important to you now? What's the important thing that you, for the five senses, what's the important thing that you're seeing in your life right now? What's the important thing that you need to be accountable to? Again, what's the important thing for, you can look at that smell, that taste. What are the important things right there? If you ever get stuck, always use those five senses. And, you know, one of the things is that kind of to jumpstart it, to give yourself a little kick or just a little jolt, choose kind of one thing that you just have not wanted to do. You've been putting off. You're making a doctor's appointment you might dread, or returning a phone call or something like that, and do it immediately. In fact, don't do it immediately. Do it right now. Do it right now. You say, well, I don't know if I'm making an appointment or something. I don't know. The office is closed at this hour. Again, excuses. If you're accountable to your health, then this is a priority. This is definitely priority. Take care of that one thing, that one kind of nagging responsibility. It can be very energizing once you do it. And it can really improve your attitude, because how do you feel? You have this long list of things, the biggest thing that's on your list, now it's crossed off. And then you look back on the list and say, wow, that list looks pretty small now. It looked pretty big 5 minutes ago, but I was able to do that. And sometimes when you do that big thing that you're responsible for, it's such a relief, and it's an empowering place to come from. I actually did call the doctor and make that appointment for a mammogram. Whatever the appointment date is, I don't know any women who actually like to go to get a mammogram, but we know it's something that we need to do for our health's sake.
Yeah, that's true.
We want to be around for our families, our children, and if you keep looking, you want to be around for your businesses. It's like, again, who likes those type of, I can go through a lot of, I'm 51, so there's a lot of appointments that I've needed to make since I've passed 50 that are not pleasant doctor appointments, so I'm sure we can all think of them. But once I've made that appointment, it's like, whew, that's off my list. But I've made it, and now it's the responsibility is to the professionals that are happening. So do it immediately, and like I said, not just immediately, but right now. I know immediately and right now sound like the same thing, but immediately can need 20 minutes from now, but right now means stop what you're doing and just do that thing that you have been saying, I can. It's so funny. I have a friend who says, as soon as I start that self-talk, my self-talk doesn't sound like my voice. It sounds like someone else. And she's absolutely right. If you start, the way I speak now is the way I speak pretty much 90% of the time. As soon as I start thinking, I'm not going to call Placida. I'll call her later. As soon as I do that, who is that? It's not me. It's not me. I'm trying to make it sound like someone that I'm not. And this is a point where I might want to go back to my awareness, almost like a little article that I wrote, like almost like a blog type article. Because it's coming from a different perspective, does it sound different now? It might. It might actually sound different. And it's funny, because you're almost coming at it from a different angle, and you've gotten that awareness, and now you're accepting that you're responsible for everything that has happened up to this point, it actually sounds different. And you might want to give it some time. You might want to sometimes you can do the 3 A's pretty much within a few minutes, but sometimes if it's that big of an issue or if it's taken me that long to write a little bit about the article, I might need to write my little awareness article today, and then later on this evening or tomorrow actually go in and do the acceptance part and start reading things and keeping it. And I might start looking at how is it different? How am I accepting it? I'm not getting any clients when I go to certain networking events. So instead of, oh, gosh, I'm not going to continue what I'm doing. I'm not going to be a virtual assistant anymore. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be a website provider. It's just too difficult. I'm not going to be a life coach anymore. I'm not going to do that Telesummit. I'm not going to do it. It's just too much work. Become aware of what you're doing and then see what you're responsible for. I'm responsible for me when I go to networking events. I'm not really responsible for other people at a networking event in that way. And it sounds really simple, but different people go to a different networking event. That sounds like a great thing to do, but then who are the people that I want to be my client? That's actually the question you might ask yourself before you actually get to the networking event. Who are the type of people I want to talk to at a networking event? So I'm accepting what my responsibility is before I even get to the networking event. And that's just one thing with business. Another thing, who else do I know? It could be friends, acquaintances, and it could be anyone, any person, any human being on this planet. What other person can help me get to the next level? What person is it? And it could be someone, it could be Placida. It could be you. You know what? Let me email Placida. She's on Facebook. Let me just email her and ask her how she got through something. That can be one thing. It could be just watching. I know she's not on TV anymore, but it could just be watching the right Oprah show to kind of push yourself. It could be reading a book by Tony Robbins that really helps you get to that next level. What am I responsible for now? Oh, yeah, I see. So it could be anything that helps you to get that acceptance. And it's funny, another thing about acceptance, accept that you're not a superhero. And it sounds kind of funny, but I wish I was one of the X-Men. I really do. I really do, and I'm not being transparent about this. If I could be an X-Men, one of the X-Men, that would be great. But I'm a human being, and I need to give myself a break. That sometimes, even with, for instance, the networking event you might go to, I'm a virtual assistant. Now I've picked the right networking event. I have all my business cards. I know the right questions to ask people, maybe to pre-qualify them if they're looking for a virtual assistant. You could go and leave, and you go to the networking event with 50 business cards, and you leave with your 50 business cards. You can still go through all the right things, the right steps, and you still think, wow, I didn't get anything. What happened? That happens. That just happens sometimes. Sometimes you do the right thing, and sometimes it looks like that you're just not, what am I not doing right? All you have to do is regroup. Again, those people that you know, they can be very helpful, because if you say, well, I did these 10 things before the networking event, they could be around to help you and to get you through and get you to the next level. They could be saying, oh, just tweak this a little bit, or those are the right things. Just keep at it, and things will change. So that accepting that of what you're responsible for, and accept that there'll be times when, I don't even want to say the word fail, but there'll be times when you'll make a mistake, and you'll need to learn from the mistake that's happening. It's funny, just a little story about me, about acceptance. When I first started as coaching, was as you said, and when you introduced me in the beginning, things were initially great. I started with after I was laid off, I did get another job to pay for my coaching school, and things were going well. I was getting a few clients. I even started a website. I started a couple of things, and I got got a couple of clients, and then things started to get a little stagnant. And it was getting to the point, I only had that job for 1 year. It was one of those consulting per diem gigs that had a finite amount of time. So I said, well, this is plenty of time to do it. And I was doing a lot of those things that all those gurus that I had listened to, I had started doing all those things that they told me to do. And then suddenly I was again on unemployment, and I was not getting the right amount of money for all of my coaching. I was accepting anyone for coaching, and anyone who's an independent consultant, even not just an entrepreneur, but an independent consultant. If you're taking anybody, you'll be surprised the quality of what you're going to get for your clients. Because if you pre-qualify people, you will get people that will work their butt off for change with you. They will actually collaborate with you 1,000%. They're looking for help. They're looking for a mentor. They're looking for someone to work with them on whatever they're doing. And it could be a business. It could be anything. Or if you just take anyone who says, okay, yeah, I'll take you. It's almost like pulling teeth with a tweezer. It's like every week. It's like, oh, and I had some of those people where they would say, I don't see the point to this. I'm not going to do that. Then they would say, I have what I call homework after every session. Will you do it? Yes, I will. And then next week, I didn't feel like it. I didn't do it. And I can't do coaching anymore because it's just too much work. And I've gotten to the point where, yes, it's going to be work if you are going to work with a coach. It is. It's not going to be, I wish I could say to you that you would work with a coach and by the end of 3 months you'll get $1 million. That would be great. You'll start your own business. You'll lose 80 pounds in 3 months or all of those things. It would be great, right?
Yeah, it would. And you know what, Crystal? The thing is that people don't understand that, like anything else in life, you have to work at it. If you want a successful business, you have to work at it. If you want to lose weight, you have to work at it. So the coach doesn't wave a magic wand and just changes everything. You have your part to play as a client.
That's right. Absolutely right. You must be an integral part of your life. And it's funny because I've said to people that your way has not worked for this many years. Would you be willing to try the new way with me? Would you be willing to try that? And if they say yes enthusiastically, whatever business you have, then that's someone that you can at least start the conversation with, because then you need to see what they need. Are you a good match? The whole thing. Again, you're part of your responsibility to what you're doing. So it's funny. The last part is that for the acceptance is that I had to start shopping because I was still in between jobs at that point, the coaching clients. I was coaching two people, and one was pro bono. So only one person was a paid client, and they were not a full paying client. And as soon as I started changing my mindset and accepting what am I responsible for, who am I speaking to, who are the people that are in my, who are my friends, who are the people that I hang out with, are they positive thinkers, are they people who are saying, Crystal, why are you doing that coaching thing? And I'm not perfect either, but when you say that coaching thing, it gets me a little annoyed. If someone said that to me, it's like, do you want to do that coaching thing? You want to continue that anymore? It sounds like it's funny because it's always the people, unfortunately, it's always the people that are just not those people that are around you. They're always those people who you're thinking out of the box and they're thinking in the box. They're definitely thinking, that stuff is very different than everything else. Why don't you think like everybody else and everything will be fine? Okay, so unfortunately you have to, and sometimes those people are family, by the way.
Yeah, best friends.
So yeah. And you know that, it's sometimes those people are those people that live with you or those people that are blood relatives.
Yeah.
And because I have relatives like that. Oh, that's interesting. So when are you getting a job? I actually had that recently. Is that your job? I had one relative recently who said to me when I mentioned to them that I was doing my coaching and I've been very successful. And, let me see your card. So this is the type of, so what job are you getting after you're finished with this? And it's like, there's no finish. This is me. This is the way I am. And it's funny because this gentleman, for a period of time, he had a store here in New York. He's living in another state now. He's living in Virginia, but it's just interesting. He had a brick-and-mortar store for a period of time, so I was very surprised almost that he said it, but it was a different time. He had the store in the 70s and the 80s, sold it, and then moved down south from New York City. So, he wanted to get away from the grind. So, different mindset and different generation, too. So, sometimes it does depend on many different things, but what are you accepting in your life today, and can you change it for the better? Absolutely you can. When you start looking at what you're aware of in whatever situation you're in and the acceptance in that situation. And I'm going to get to the actions that you can take, but I do want everyone to just be aware of a few things that I'm offering to everyone here at the Telesummit. So for the Telesummit, I recently did a Difficult Times, Great Results Telesummit. It's funny because, Placida, you and I spoke about this particular Telesummit. It was a year ago where you and I spoke about it. Yeah. I can't believe it went quickly, didn't it?
Very quick.
And so we spoke a year ago. Telesummits like this take a long time to basically bring them to fruition, especially yours. It has quite a number of amazing women in it, and there's so many different facets to it. And I had a Telesummit, a mini Telesummit, and that was about 5 months in from beginning to end. And I interviewed 4 experts, and I talked to them about this same topic, difficult times, great results. So I'm offering it to everyone who's listening to the Telesummit, and there's a special price for everyone if you click on the link and you get the recording by the end of the Telesummit, so by the 22nd, and we're going to be talking more of that at the end. Okay, so there's a special price for everyone at the Telesummit. So, again, difficult times, more difficult times, great results with 4 experts, and including me. 4 plus 1, I called it. I'm the plus 1. It's funny, the last A, which, of course, we started with awareness, acceptance, and action, is the third one. Action is the big one. Quite often, how many people do you know, Placida, that immediately when they're trying to do something in their life, they just go to action?
Very few.
You know, I've got to do something, and I got to do something now. It's funny how that's pretty much our thinking. We got to do something. We got to do something now. Or just the opposite, where there's a lot of fear. I know sometimes I have a lot of fear with stuff. There's so much procrastination with things. So I'm thinking, well, I'll do something, but not today. I'll be able to do something when I hit the lottery. I'll be able to do something. I'll be able to move when whatever. I'll be able to get remarried once I lose 50 pounds. And so on. Guess what? You losing 50. Guess what? You're attractive now. Then that's what you have to start thinking of. That action is important once you've gotten the awareness of what it is, because you can't know what action to take if you're not aware of what you're supposed to be doing. And then you have to accept what's your responsibility, because I could be taking an action that really might not necessarily be 1,000% my responsibility, and I might not be putting the action in the right, putting the energy in the right action that's happening. So what action is best for me is once I've done all the work beforehand. And I know what people were thinking, God, this is a lot of work for something. Like if I just had a rude person at the grocery store or a rude customer and I'm a worker there, this is a lot of work for that. But if it's something that keeps recurring in your life, that's what I'm saying. That's what I need to do to continue so this pattern stops. Because if I keep that blaming language to myself, why do I keep getting myself into situations like, why am I not picking the right man to marry? Why am I always picking men that leave me and go on to someone else? If I keep thinking of that blaming language, that's something that I really need to go through the steps for, because it's something that's going to keep reoccurring. It's going to keep reoccurring. So for that action, it's like once I'm accepting of what my responsibility is and I'm aware of it, again, act immediately and act massively. If I start thinking, I know that word massively is like, wow, that sounds really big. If I start thinking, if I could just get through the month of July, if I could just get like $500 more, if I could just, instead of thinking in the small way, I have to start thinking really, really big. Really, really big. What's big and what can I do right now? So think almost whatever the word massive means to me. It's gargantuan. It's immense. So don't just think the word big. Think of all those other synonyms that are really huge for me. And don't wait. Again, immediately is good, but right now is even better. So you get off the phone once you listen to this and start thinking of 10 people that would be interested in your services. And if they're not, you might want to sit down, create an email. So if you won't refer me, if you don't know, if you can't use my services, if you can't use my services, can you refer 3 people to me? Maybe you could think of a referral type program for them. I'll do one project for you. If you're a virtual assistant, for instance, I'll do one small project for you for free for 1 hour if you refer 3 people to me. Okay. I will, you could start thinking of these things, instead of making those cold calls. I know cold calls sometimes give me, it makes me shiver, sometimes the word cold calls. Warm calls are so much better. Warm calls. Placida, do you know someone who would be interested in a life coach who is good with technology, who can help them with their business? That's the type of thing. Yeah. That's the type of thing I might come to Placida with. I might come to someone else with. Do you know someone? I have a new program, a new affiliate program that will do that. If you do small actions, you'll get small results. So if you email one person in that particular vein, you may or may not get a reply. You might get one person as a referral. If you start doing big actions, put something on all your social media, maybe you start a newsletter with that, you start thinking of 10 or 12 things, guess what? You will get bigger results. And I guess my question to everyone is, do you want to continue to be small? I'd rather
No way,
be big.
not me.
Yeah, right. I know, absolutely, which is probably the reason why we connected in so many ways. Both of us think really, really big. Really, really big. Also, act on the impulse to, don't do everything in your life. Act to recharge and take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Really, Placida, remember I was even saying to you, this is a great telesummit you're having. Are you resting in between the sessions?
Yes, I am.
There's a lot of sessions for you. Oh, good.
Because I try to refresh myself before the call starts, have something.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I do.
Absolutely. You need to, because you are the common factor in all of this amazing telesummit. Because what if Placida, you didn't get a massage or treat yourself, have some lovely tea or something, just to calm yourself, the telesummit would not be the quality that it is. So always recharge. If you can't take care of yourself, you can't help and take care of others. Always do that. I actually, when I first got started as a coach, I jumped at this chance. I didn't do it for too many people, but you can actually barter with people. I bartered with a massage therapist. Do I need to say more, right? She gave me a massage twice a month, and I coached her on her business twice a month. And I jumped at that chance because I thought in fact, it's funny, I had just told someone just before, I'm not taking any more barters, only paying people. And 2 days later, I met her through a mutual friend, didn't know her. It was like a warm call. I'm also a Reiki level 3. And it was a Reiki master that I know who introduced, Crystal's a business coach. And she said, I need you. And I said, well, let's talk. And I went through the same channels, and she said, can we do a barter where I'll give you one session? And we negotiated for 2. And it really helped me. We did that for 6 months together. And then she moved overseas from the United States. She moved from New York City to India, actually. And she's doing it over there, actually, too, so we still stay in contact. But I was jumping at that chance, even though I had said, no, I'm not doing that. Guess what? I needed to take care of me. I really did. So are you taking care of yourself? Even if it's 10 minutes, make it a quality 10 minutes to take care of yourself. It's funny because even if you say at 10:15 p.m., wherever you are, I'm going to take 10 minutes. The children are asleep. Everybody's in an area where it's quiet. My husband's here. It's like turn the phone off, no internet, nothing. Just 15 minutes to sit down and kind of breathe and just be with yourself. Guess what? If you look forward to that every day, you'd be surprised how you can recharge. And your mind actually recharges itself also. And just one last thing about action, and I think this is for everybody, really act on creating what I call like a mastermind group. So you are the sum of the 5 people that are closest to you. So who are those 5 people? Who are that mastermind group of people that you are closest to that are positive, that are also, maybe they're entrepreneurs, maybe they just read a lot of self-help books. But they're people that are in your corner. They're people that if you say, I can't believe I talked to a client, a potential client, and they never called me, whatever did occur. I went to a big meeting with a potential client, and it turned out well. Can we celebrate together? And they actually, whether they know what you're doing or not, I have one friend she knows little about life coaching, but every time I mention to her, about a positive thing, she's like, that is so amazing. Tell me more. When I told her about you last year, Placida, she started on Facebook, actually, after I said, look, I connected with somebody, and she's in Europe. And she said, wow, coaching goes all over the world? She had no clue about that. I said, yes, it does. And you can have clients all over the world because it's on the phone. And, wow, that's amazing. And she thought it's good to connect with people all over the world, so she started on Facebook. She's always been in my corner. Lovely, lovely woman. And it's funny, she's just about to retire and thinking about getting into coaching, same coaching program that I was into also. So it's funny because Napoleon Hill, the author of Think and Grow Rich, first said that a mastermind group was people who have similar knowledge and effort. They have harmony. It can become, he said 2 or more people. I would suggest at least 3 other people that are there looking towards a definite purpose. And there's so many mastermind groups that we've seen in history, like the Round Table with King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. Jesus and his 12 disciples were like a mastermind group also. Yeah. And there's so many other mastermind groups. They have to have a common purpose. All the amazing women in your Telesummit, they're a mastermind group because we're for a common purpose. Most of the time it's positive. There was a wild movie in the United States called Reservoir Dogs, where it was, I think it was 9 thieves they were stealing. It was a movie, like I said. They were stealing from a jewelry store. So, yes, it doesn't have to be something that's positive. It can be malevolent, but it's always a better mastermind group if it's something for positive, for the good of the world. It always does better when it's like that. So get those people that are in your life that you want to connect with in one way or another and keep them there. And like I said, you're the sum of the 5 people that are around you.
Fantastic. Well, Crystal, I didn't want to interrupt you. I just like the tips you're giving. But before I let you go, I would like you to give the ladies like your top tips that they can use to run and get started now. What will be the top tips?
Top things to do is assess. In fact, it's kind of almost like a homework assignment I'll give to people, a call to action. Write down everything that's happened today, even if you're listening to this first thing in the morning. Write down all of your activities for the past 24 hours and use the awareness, acceptance, and action through each particular thing. So go through, just write down everything that has happened and basically welcome everything because it's still a part of your life. Don't think, oh, wow, this is negative, this is positive, whatever. Start this immediately. And you'll be surprised after, if you continue to do this, say, well, today is Wednesday, I'll do it Wednesday, I'll do it Friday, I'll do it Monday. I'll do it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And I'll just keep going at it to see what my patterns are. Then I can start taking the right action. And I would encourage people to also find someone to connect with. So find two people. You do this with a partner, an accountability buddy, and email each other about it. This is what I've learned about myself over the past week. How do you see it? Do you see it the same? And this could be the beginning of your mastermind group. And if you want, if you're unsure what is, your pattern, you're not sure who to email, you can always email myself. You can always email Placida about everything, and you'll be surprised what actually is the best part of you will always come up. If you just sit down and assess what you need at that moment.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I would like you to just recap, where can they find you, Crystal?
Oh, yes. You can always look for me, of course, Facebook, Crystal Williamson, and that's Crystal spelled Crystal. And I'm at coachingwithcrystal.com. So coachingwithcrystal.com. And you can look for, like I said, the Telesummit of information. It's coachingwithcrystal.com/04/Telesummit. And you can find out even more information and get even more great interviews on this difficult times, great results topic.
Fantastic. And I know you've got an offer for the ladies. There's something you're doing for the ladies, aren't you?
Yes, absolutely. And anyone, if you go to Placida's Telesummit link, will have a free download for the difficult times, great results, and talking about how to get through all those times. And this is there's a free one that's on there, and there's also the 4-part interview with my 4 experts. And for everyone who's listening to Placida's Telesummit, if you make the purchase before the end of the Telesummit ends within the next 2 days. If you make the purchase, it's $49 for these 4 hours of content. For the 4 experts, and including me, and the 4 experts are Felicia Slattery, Michael Sharis, and Jim Bouchard, and being interviewed by myself. And then I also have Crystal Williamson. I'm one of the people that are the 4 experts that we're talking about. Difficult times, great results, great stories also from all of us, talking a little bit more about our lives. And they're all coaches, but they've actually gotten to the point where they're making high 6 figures and 7-figure incomes. So anyone interested in that, again, like I said, coachingwithcrystal.com/04/Telesummit, and you'll be able to get that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Crystal. I'm so delighted to have you. I mean, you're one of the first people, actually the first person I spoke to regarding this Telesummit. And it's come to reality. So thank you so much for being here. I'm really so excited. And the listeners, you're welcome. The listeners, I want to thank all of you for calling in. You know, I get these lovely messages like, thank you, Placida, for what you're doing. Oh, this speaker was lovely. And it's really good to see that a lot of women are on this call and doing everything they can to see that their lives get improved. So thank you very much, everyone, for making it really successful. We have the next caller coming in a few minutes, and I want to thank you all again. So we just have a little time to get a cup of tea, chill out, and then come back. And we have just about 15 minutes, and we're back here again. So see you soon, and see you in the next call. Bye. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to this Women Unleash Your Potential Summit. I'm so excited because this is call number 4, and we have a lovely, lovely lady on the call. And I just want to run briefly with you what the summit is about. You know, you're joining 21, honestly, 21 extraordinary women who are impacting the world. These women are top leaders, coaches, speakers, they are mentors. You know, they are women who's been there, done it. They've had the failures, they've had the successes, you know, and they are now impacting other women to do the same as they have done. And I'm so happy to have these women who are on this seminar, you know, at this time of the year when a lot of the shift globally is going towards women, wealth creation, empowerment. And I'm really happy to have the women on the call on this summit. 21, imagine, 21 extraordinary women. And we can see that the finances of the world is changing. You know, I know there's a lot of negative news in the air, but a lot of women are becoming financially free every day. A lot of women are becoming self-employed and unleashing their potential. And what this call is meant to do, this summit is meant to do, is to help you find out your skills from within and help you bring them out. You know, the event is, we have put this event together to motivate you, to empower you, to encourage you, to educate you, enlighten you, and also to make you, you know, see the gifts inside of you and bring them. And I say, you know, it's like kicking your behind and say, get up and go. Get up and do something, you know, so that you can unleash the potential that you have. And my name is Placida Acheru. I'm the host of this summit, and I'm really excited and with pleasure welcoming you to join the summit. Our speaker today is a fantastic lady. You know, she is Michelle Walsh, and I hope I'm pronouncing her name well. I'm so bad at pronouncing people's names, even my own name. I don't even know how to pronounce my name. Forgive me. You know, but her name is Michelle Walsh, and she founded Sparkle as a singleton, you know, and as a way to help, she's founded Sparkle, and as a singleton, as a way to help divorced women make transition from being a part of a couple to becoming a successful, confident, contented singleton. The effect of divorce can be very damaging. You know, it can have a very damaging effect on our self-esteem, our confidence, you know, creating a roller coaster in our emotions, you know, that can leave a long-term damage. And Michelle is a soulful, intuitive, and professionally trained transformational coach. She's also an NLP practitioner who, for many, many years, has worked exclusively with women to bring about astonishing transformation. Michelle has created powerful resources that help you to find inner peace and contentment, giving you the power and the mindset to step into your purpose and create the blueprint for your own abundance and money magic. And this evening, we've got Michelle Walsh on the call, and I just want you now to, you know, have that quiet space around you, no distraction, no television on, turn off your mobile phones, you know, and just listen to what she has to say, because she's got loads to share with us. Michelle, welcome to the call. Are you there?
I'm here. Welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me tonight.
Welcome. So, Michelle, you're going to be sharing with us a lot, and the topic you have for us this evening is emotionally surviving divorce and separating your past from your future. And this is what a lot of women, including myself, have been through divorce. And it is difficult sometimes to separate your past from your future. So when you came up with this topic, I was like, wow, I want to hear this. I want to hear what Michelle's got to say. And I know there are loads of women, who want to hear how they can separate their past from their future. And, we're going to be discovering how our past can destroy our future. So, Michelle, I'm just going to let you, just hit the road, share with us what you have for us today.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much, Placida. Well, I'm so excited to be here tonight. It's an absolute honour for you to make time to sort of make this time for yourself so that you can invest in yourself and grow and learn a whole new box of tricks, really, to help you move on with your life. So wherever you are in the world, like I say, I want to share great content with you tonight, and which will help towards you being the happiest place that you could wish for, not just physically but emotionally. And for those who've never met me or even heard of me, I'm actually a rapid results coach, and I help women transform their lives by ditching the emotional baggage that keeps people locked. And when you've got emotional baggage, it keeps you in repetitive behaviour patterns, and that in itself keeps you stuck in your lives. So you almost feel like you're on a hamster wheel, you're going round and round and round, and you really don't know which way to go with it. So that's what I'm going to share with you tonight. I will definitely share with you some techniques that you can take away and implement them straight away so that you can start to make your journey and start to feel better about yourself and, like I said, look to the future and treat the past as the past. Now, I am in the 21st century, but I don't have a website at the moment. It is in design. But for any of you that want to know more about what I do or how you can get in touch with me, I'll let you know at the end of the call. But what you need to know is I'm absolutely passionate about helping women transform their lives. It's not that I don't care about men, but I don't care about them as much as I care about women. So, what I do is I help you remove blocks, because when you've got emotional blocks, it affects the whole part of your life. And it stops you finding that inner contentment and the ability to start achieving your dreams. Just to give you a little bit of an insight into how I've got to where I am today. I started my background early on as an aerobics teacher and a dance teacher. And then in 1991, I became the managing director of a computer company. A little bit of a leap from one area to another, but I just needed a change at the time, and that's the route I took. And I successfully ran this company until the April of 2007, when my best friend's husband was actually diagnosed with cancer. And that really was the catalyst in me walking away from a business that at the time I wasn't really enjoying so much. And I decided that I needed to find my sole purpose and to find out what I really love to do. And that's how I thought this evolved, really. I very quickly realised that my sole purpose was to help others. And in a nutshell, as I said, that's what brings me here today. I am, as Placida said, a trained NLP practitioner and coach. And I've helped many, many women over the last few years overcome massive difficulties in their lives to go on and feel free from the emotional baggage that's held them back. And in some cases, for many, many years, a lot of the events and things that have happened to us haven't just been through bad relationships and marriages. They're actually baggage that we've carried right from childhood. Something somebody said or something that's happened to us, it's in our memory bank, and it keeps coming back to remind us, it adds to us when we're not feeling so good about ourselves. So although I put the label on the call tonight as emotionally surviving divorce, the truth is it's actually about emotionally surviving, full stop. We're all in relationships of one sort or another, whether it's, whether you're in a business relationship, a personal relationship, family relationships. All these have dynamics of influence on us, whether they're good or bad. And especially after a divorce, the aftershocking impact of all the emotional roller coaster that you're on, it creates a great breakdown, and it creates a breakdown in your self-esteem and how you actually feel about yourself. And this can have an effect on others for many, many years. So, the first nugget of information that I really want to share with you is how living in the past can destroy your future, and does. Believe me, I am testament to it. I've been there and done it, and that's what makes it so great for me working with women who have had a similar journey to myself. I can resonate with you, and I know exactly, the ups and downs that you're going through, and the doubts and the fears, etc. And the thing is, for some very strange reason, our mind has a habit of replaying rubbish events. So if something bad's happened to us, you can guarantee that that's the part that our mind, or the part that we choose to replay over and over again. And the more we play this story over to ourselves, then, the more we believe it. So if, it's quite interesting. It's like it seems easier to cling on to bad memories than good ones. But that's only because we've created that behavior pattern. And we've all had that situation where, if somebody pays us a compliment, then we can find it quite difficult to take. And yet, if somebody throws an odd comment in, or an insult, that, we can hang on to it almost forever. It's almost like we can recall these events as if they're milestones in our lives. And these really do have an effect on how we feel about ourselves and how we move forward, especially, in divorce. Because we all know we've thrown plates, we've thrown food, we've thrown insults, we've thrown comments. And when we're feeling down and when we're feeling vulnerable, these comments and these things actually stick. And the telltale signs of when whatever you've been through in the past is having an effect on your life, it's when you start having irrational mood swings. One minute you're feeling great and everything's going fabulous and, you're on top of the world, and then almost without warning, the next minute you feel as if your world's crashing around you and you can't actually pinpoint what it is, that's actually gone wrong. Like I said, it's so easy for us to forget the good times, and yet the bad times seem to be staring us in the face day after day. And for many of us, when bad things have gone wrong in the past, we almost can't get over that pattern where we think that, if something's going well in our life, we're almost expecting something bad to go wrong, something to come out of the blue to throw us off course and throw us back to where we've been before. Maybe in the past your life's been going great, and then, like I said, something can come turn your world upside down, and it could be something that's happened in your life, or circumstance, or people around you, or like you say, especially, in the breakup of a relationship where it's not been going well, or, something happens and it's revealing, and then, that's it, it's wham. It's almost like it's in your face, it just throws you. And all these experiences are stored in your mind. It's almost like a little mini computer. It's almost like your little mini iPad you've got going on in your head. And along with all the experiences that you've had, go all the emotions that go with it. And the two are connected. And it is that connection that keeps us in our past. So what I do is I coach people how to, by NLP techniques and other techniques, how to separate the two. Because once you learn how to separate the two, you can break that pattern of behavior. And then that allows you to move forward with faith and hope that you're not going to keep reverting back to the old stuff. So So getting out of this vicious circle is not always as easy as it may seem, even though we are in control of our mind. I'm sure there's lots of times when you actually feel you've got no control over your mind. It's almost like having PMT or PMS, for the whole of your life. You're thinking, why is it I can't get on top of this? So, one of the easiest techniques that I teach people is literally to learn to let go of your thoughts. It sounds so simple and so easy, but when a thought pops into your mind, the only time it can play out in full is if you start giving it meaning. So the minute it pops into your mind, if you actually learn to say, it's just a thought about this and it's just a thought about that, it actually trains your mind to start letting go of stuff instead of clinging on. It sort of makes room for what's going on in your head. It's an incredibly effective technique, and I learned this technique from a guy called Ali Campbell, who is actually a coach to the stars, and he's got an amazing book out called Just Do It, and that's all about why we're on these calls. It's all about just doing that. So what things have happened to you in your past, Placida, that have rang any bells with what I've said so far?
One of the things is that I felt a bit incompetent. I just felt this shouldn't happen to me, and I felt, maybe I had failed when my marriage failed. I felt I had failed. I've always been seen as somebody who took the right decisions, who did everything properly. People looked up to me, and I never saw myself as someone who could make a mistake. So when it happened to me, I felt, God, I've made a mistake. How did it happen? Why didn't I see it coming? And for a long time, it didn't leave me because it really, it took a big turn on my self-esteem. My self-esteem just went down. I didn't feel competent enough to talk to people or coach people or advise them on anything because I was like, why didn't I see this coming? How did I let it happen? Placida has made a wrong decision. So that it's really, I'm sure for a lot of women, it's like that. For a lot of women, for me, that was what happened to me for years. It just dragged me down.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is though that, as women, we have this burden of responsibility because we have the burden of responsibility not only to ourselves, but, towards our family and almost as if we place unrealistic expectations on ourselves. And, when we would not go into a marriage or a long-term relationship if at that time we didn't think it was the right thing for us. There's no way that we would make that decision. But the difficulty is when you are in a relationship is that you can both change. And if you don't both change it's like yin and yang, isn't it? If you don't both change in the same ways, it's very easy for you both to go in different directions. And then the further you go, the more difficult it is to even contemplate. The gap becomes too wide. You're both thinking different. You both, it's almost like you're singing off different hymn sheets. And I definitely think and know that, like you said, it creeps up from you, as if you've been oblivious.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, I think, as women, we are juggling so many things at one time, as well as the investment in our relationship. You've got home, you've got work, you may have family, you may have children. There are a lot of responsibilities. And learning to spin the plates, if you like, and at the same time getting our needs met, that is an important thing. And I think, when bad stuff happens to us as women, we have a huge level of guilt and responsibility that we've almost, but we are the last people that we look after everybody before we look after ourselves. but I don't, you know, it's intrinsic in our nature. We're put, you know, as women, we're put on the planet to procreate and to look after. We're looking after, like I said, our husbands, our home, our partners, you know, our children, whatever it is. And so we get lost in all of that. We lose what we need in order to make us tick, really. And, you know, so that simple technique that I've just shared with you about, you know, if a thought pops into your mind that's negative or that keeps coming back to you, you have to consciously be aware of your thoughts. And then, once you become aware of your thoughts, then you can aware whether you hang on to it or whether you decide to let it go. I mean, you know, you don't have to embark on a trip to the Himalayas to actually get peace of mind. Peace of mind is within you all the time if you choose to make it.
And that's the difficult bit, isn't it? The peace of mind.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely. Because it's so cluttered. Our minds are so cluttered. And it's all about creating an awareness of what is going on unconsciously for you, becoming aware of what your unconscious mind is choosing for you. And like you just said, that, you know, when you have been through a divorce and a breakup, you know, it takes a massive knock to our self-esteem because we assume responsibility. And in actual fact, we're 50% responsible for the breakdown of a relationship. There is no way that anybody is ever 100% responsible for a relationship breakdown, because all sorts of different factors would not come into a failed marriage if there was no room for it. And so, you know, what you've got to do is start choosing your thoughts. Start to choose your thoughts on a conscious level. And then, I mean, when I first started doing this, I thought, oh my God, this is hard work, you know, starting to think of everything that was coming into my mind. But, you know, before long, your unconscious mind is choosing the thoughts that you're choosing. And it's so liberating. And then after a while, there's actually a transition between taking time to be aware of your thoughts to actually your unconscious mind making the decision to let go of the not the bad thoughts or the negative thoughts, whatever label it is you put on them, your unconscious mind, and then that's when peace of mind can make its way in. And actually, it's like, now I was thinking about this. You know, I'm saying to everybody on this call that we've all got some bad or less than good thoughts that's going on in our lives at any one time. And I'll say to you now while you're on this call, how many minutes or hours a day do you spend thinking about the bad stuff? Obviously, it's all individual to you and it's all relative to you and what's going on in your life, whether it's relationship, business, friendships, life in general. But let's say a conservative estimate would be that you spend 30 minutes a day thinking about the bad stuff, whether it's one thing or an accumulation of things. 30 minutes a day. That works out at 3.5 hours a week. That's 15 hours a month. And that's 181 hours a year. That is a whole week of your life that you are spending every year spending on bad stuff. And that's only if you're thinking of something 30 minutes a day. So you imagine if you're lying in bed at night and things are going through your mind, and, you know, we've all been there where you've not been able to sleep and you're churning it all over and over and over. And 30 minutes is not a long time. And so there you could be wasting a whole week of every year, and you times that by how many years you've been stuck in the past. And you can see, you know, just how much space you could free up in your life if you just gave up. If you just practice that simple technique of letting go. Thought comes in, just let it go. You know? So, and it sort of helps you decide not to cling on to the bad stuff. That's a very, very basic, you know, technique. Because when I was thinking about, you know, sharing what I do and what I, you know, what I have to share and what could be of value to people right now, because, you know, people that are on these calls could be in a very dark, desperate place. It could be happening to them now. And, you know, they don't want to have to wait a few weeks to get a coaching course or to get with a coach or that sort of thing. They need help right now. And that is something that you can do right now after this call. Be aware of all your thoughts that you're having and choose to reject them. It's almost like delete. You know, you have a bad thought, delete. Get it out of your mind. And honestly, you'll be amazed at how quickly. And there's quite a lot of times now when I'm driving around or I'm doing something and I actually think, oh gosh, I'm not actually thinking of anything. And that in itself, then you're thinking, oh, perhaps I should be thinking of anything. But I shouldn't be, because I've created that space in my mind. And the space in your mind allows a multitude of opportunities to come in, because where there's space, it lets go your creative mind, and your mind can play havoc and think of all sorts of wonderful and amazing things that you could choose to do with your life, really. So there we go. So how are we doing so far, Placida? How are you?
We're doing very well. I want to ask a question. And
yeah.
How do we break through relationship patterns? You know, so we don't have this, you know, repeating in our lives. How do we break through relationship patterns?
That is a great question. Now, the thing is, with relationship, what happens is, and I'm being really, I actually think I'm being professional over this, because I've actually made some really good notes on this to make sure that I can cover the subject in full. The thing is that when we have to take responsibility for our behaviour, the way we behave evokes responses, and it, you know, however we, and a lot of this is our unconscious choices, how we're choosing to be. That however we're behaving is creating people to respond in a certain way. Now, one of the things that I say, when you're trying to break a behaviour pattern, is you've got to look at what it is you want. You know, what is it you want? Are you looking to attract a better response from work colleagues, from your partner, from your husband? You know, this isn't just about, you know, relationship. This applies to absolutely all relationships. And, you know, people get used to us being in a certain way, and they respond accordingly. So, for instance, let me just think of an example here. So, for instance, you know, in a relationship, in a marriage, you know, the two of you could, I don't know, perhaps you've created a situation where your husband comes in and expects his tea on the table. I mean, are there some people still out there that do that? I'm sure there are.
Yeah.
But, I'll shoot you now. Yeah. But the thing is, this behaviour has evolved. It started somewhere, and so, you know, say for instance your husband came in and for whatever reason, things that have happened, his dinner wasn't on the table, that is going to create a certain response to him that he's not used to. So, you know, we are responsible for creating these patterns of behaviour. So, what you have to do is start to look at making small changes. And the interesting thing is, once we start to look at our behaviour and start to make changes, you're going to have reaction from the people around you, because people don't want you to change, because it serves a purpose. You being how you are at the moment or in a relationship has served a purpose. And the people around you have got used to you behaving in that way. And so once you start changing, people will feel very threatened, insecure. They won't like things happening. So one of the things that I actually, you know, that I can share with you now is, first of all, make the decision where changes need to occur, like you said, whether it's with your partner, with yourself, or whatever it is. And one of the most difficult things that I find when I'm coaching, the women that I coach, is that they have an inability to say no. And that is because we're not used to putting ourselves first. We're used to pleasing everybody else but ourselves. And so by saying yes to things that we don't want to do, we're left with this real imbalance inside of us where, if somebody asks, if your husband said, can you do this for me? And you've got a voice, and you go, yeah, okay then. And you've got a voice inside going, no, I don't want to do that. Then that creates a real imbalance, in how you're living your life. So the first thing that I would say is, in order to break the relationship patterns that you've got in your life at the moment that you want to change is, learn to say no. Learn to make small changes. I've totally transformed quite a few of negative, destructive relationships I've got around me. And I would blame them. It's because they're doing this, it's because they're saying that, it's because they expect me to do this. And in actual fact, it wasn't with them. It was all about me being accommodating to everything everybody else wanted. Yeah. And the minute I took responsibility from this and said, no, I've had enough of this, something has to change. But you can't make somebody else change. What you can do is learn to change yourself, and everybody else around you has to change with you. They have no choice, because you're responding in a different way. So, like I said, one of the main things that I would say to anybody is if you're wanting to change a relationship pattern, is learn to say no. Obviously, there's bigger stuff that we can deal with. I mean, if I'm coaching on a one-to-one with somebody, there are things that are out of their realms of being able to deal with themselves. But this is a massive, massive start in starting to make changes and starting to get the responses you want instead of the responses that you've got in your life. So does that answer your question there?
Oh, yes. It does. And let's see if we got anyone wanting to ask a question on the call. If you would like to ask Michelle a question, you're all muted now, so just do a *7 on your keypad, and you'll be unmuted, and you can ask Michelle a question.
Feel free.
Feel free.
I mean, I'm here to help. I want to help as many people on the call and beyond I can. That is my sole purpose is to help people get to the happy, contented place that I'm in. And I mean, I've had 2 failed marriages. I know what it's like. I'm exceptionally happily married now. I got married again in January, and I've never felt so contented as I do now. And I'm 51. How sad is that? That it's taken me this long to feel this happy and contented with my life. And I really want to help people save time. I want them to get to a happier place quicker, because life's happening. The pace of life is so fast now. And, so if anybody's got any questions to ask me, then...
Okay, I think they'd rather listen. So let's carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
So, how do we create the flow of abundance into our lives? Yeah. Because one thing that happens, and for me, I know for a while I went into this depressive state. So when I get into my house, when I'm outside, I have this mask on, like everything is okay. Yeah. So nobody knows what's going on. But once I walk into my door, I bury my head in the pillow and I cry like, why me? Why me? Why did this happen to me? And like you said, if we just did 30 minutes of that kind of act, we're spending so much time. But I know that mine was more than 30 minutes. one of the things I noticed about myself was that my energy level was down. I wasn't creative. I couldn't do anything positive, I used to write songs. I couldn't write songs. I couldn't do anything. All I did was think about all the negative things and why it was me that all these things were happening to, But at a point in my life, I had to choose if I wanted to continue like that or if I wanted to have, that creative me, that happy me. And I chose the happy me, and that's what led me to where I am today, But how do
you do it?
How do you create that flow of abundance into your life?
Yeah. I mean, the flow of abundance. The flow of abundance can mean lots of things to lots of people. The flow is about energy. Energy flows. And when energy doesn't flow, then it creates all sorts of blocks. Now, abundance can mean financial abundance. It can mean, it can just mean a myriad of things. But one of the most difficult things that I found and I find when I'm coaching people is taking responsibility for where you are at the time of your life. Because we've all reached the point where we're at, whether it's just after the breakup or whatever it is, because of an accumulation of actions that we have taken. And it's not about apportioning blame. Blame doesn't get us anywhere. We all make the decisions based on the information that's with us at the time. But the first step that everybody has to take is that enough is enough. And that's when I say, when you get to a point where your past is affecting your future, you're at a crisis point, and like you said, it's almost as if you're paralyzed by your own thoughts.
Yeah.
But the minute you acknowledge that you are in control of the thoughts that you have, then you can start to do something about it. You could, like you said, it's almost like we go through a grieving process for the relationship either that we've lost or, in a lot of cases, and certainly in one of my marriages, that sounds awful, but, grieving for what I never had. We've got this idealistic view of the relationship we wish we'd had. And, when we don't reach that expectation in our life, there is a point of grieving. So, it's a harsh reality of life, but you have to decide enough is enough and start taking control of your thoughts. And once you start, like I said earlier in the call, making space, let go of these, 30 minutes, hours, several hours, it doesn't bear thinking about the amount of time we've wasted in our lives, wrapped up in the bad stuff. But, if you keep going round, you are on a hamster's wheel until you decide, I'm going to step off this. In actual fact, the minute you make the decision to step off it is the minute you start the flow of abundance in your life. Because you have to take something away in order, it's almost like a river, isn't it? If you've got a river that's flowing and then, somebody's put stepping stones across the river, that river will not flow until those stepping stones are removed. And that's in effect what we've done in our life. We've put little stepping stones in our way. We have put these blocks in our own way. And, the minute that you start to remove the blocks, and I appreciate, we haven't become where we might be at this moment in time overnight. And with the best will in the world, there is no magic pill, there is no magic wand. Yeah. And things can start to happen very quickly once you start to make them happen quickly. And so once you start, like I said, first of all, take responsibility for what's happened in your life, they're because of the decisions you've made. Accept that what has happened has happened. The past is in the past. And look, we're in the present now. You know, there's a famous saying, isn't there, that the best thing you can give to yourself is the gift of living in the present. You can give yourself the present, and that's to live in the now. And then once you start to think, okay, let's shut the door on what's gone beyond, let's start to look forward, let's start to look at, you know, opening up my mind, unblocking everything, then the struggles will subside. It's almost, like I said, I think this is why I've got such an investment in women and how we are. And we are becoming more and more powerful as time goes on. But with that power comes also the power when we're not so good at letting go. You know, we're powerful in holding on as well as not as easy to let go. And it's just that acknowledgement that, you know, as hard as something can be in our life, once you make the decision, you can choose to let it go. And then, you know, and once you've made that decision, it's really, really strange how people, opportunities, random meetings or, you know, opportunities in personal and business life, they just almost come out of the blue and you're thinking, you know, where was that? Why didn't I see that before? And you didn't see it before because your mind is full of clutter. There's no room to see anything. So you have to make the room in your mind. And then, like I said, one thing it's almost like, I said this only this week to a client, is it's almost like we have the ingredients to make a cake, but nobody's told us which ingredient to put in first to make a successful cake. So, you know, if you had all the ingredients to make a sponge cake and you threw it all in a bowl and mixed it all up and then expected it to come out properly, it's not going to happen that way. Of course it will. And that's why our life goes in peaks and troughs, because, you know, we seem okay for one, but we're not consistent. We have to be consistent. Once you've made the decision that enough is enough, start to create new habits. Start with your mind. Start to create the space, but be consistent. And then with the consistency, you know, every day you're making room in your life, and you're making room for whatever it is. Then you're at a point where you can actually start to think and create whatever it is that you want in your life.
Fantastic. Wow. Fantastic. So, you said all these things. It's basically taking off all the negatives and focusing on the positive in order to live a better life. Yeah? Well, what are the things that we need to do? Can you give us like a few points, things that we need to do to leave that, to have that sparkle, you know, while we're single? I'm single.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that is the best. I mean, the thing is, once you've gone through that part of you know, and you're dealing with the emotional stuff, and you're making room to bring that sparkle back into your life. And that is the point at which, and one of the things, like we said earlier, is that, you know, one of the things that affects us most, you know, when we're going through all this rubbish, you know, the emotional rubbish, is that it does affect our self-esteem and our confidence. And one of the great techniques that I you know, teach is that if you want to be more confident, first of all, take a moment to look at somebody around you, whether they're in the public eye, whether they're famous, or whether they're somebody you work with, or a neighbour, or somebody you know, whose confidence you admire. And it's almost like then you've got an imprint of where you'd like to be. And I mean, obviously, people aren't going to be able to do it now, but one of the techniques I say is stand with your eyes closed. And like I said, it's probably not going to be the most convenient time to do it now, but stand with your eyes closed and imagine a person whose confidence you admire. And imagine that they're stood in front of you now. And actually really scrutinize how they're standing. what their body language is like. Imagine how they dress, how they walk, how they talk. Imagine their mannerisms, and almost, feel as if it's tangible, as if you can actually see that person stood right in front of you. And when you've got a really, really vivid picture in your mind, what I want you then to do is imagine you're stepping forward into that person's body so that you can see the world through their eyes.
Right.
So all of a sudden you're trying on their aura of confidence. It's almost like you're trying it on for size. And once you're in there, it's almost like make-believe. It's like an actor pretending to be somebody else. You can set yourself free then. You can see how the world looks through their eyes. And, you can see what response would you get if you walked. I mean, I did a great technique with a very, very close friend of mine who had lost her confidence about walking in a pub and just hated the idea of it. And this was one thing that I did with her, is that I said, try and remember a time when you felt really, really confident. We've all had it when we look, we're on a special occasion, or we look nice, or we're just in great company, or we've had a drink, or whatever it is where you felt at your most confident. And then, when you can remember that, try and remember and hold on to that feeling when you need. It's almost like anchoring it. It's almost like when you've imagined that situation where you were really confident, you can actually press your finger and thumb together to anchor that memory.
Okay.
So that in the future, when you're going somewhere where you need that extra burst of confidence, if you press your finger and thumb together, you will access that memory. And then that will give you, it's almost like giving it you back, because you've been confident. We've all been confident, or we are, that there are areas in our life where we are more confident than not. Some people, maybe some people panic at having to go for a meal with friends, or, hate the thought of standing up in front of 50 people at work, or even going on a romantic date. Whatever it is, we're all needing a boost to our confidence at some time or other, no matter how confident we're appearing on the outside. And so accessing a time or a place where you are at your most confident, make the memory and vision of it really, really clear, really, really vivid. When you're thinking of that memory, press your finger and thumb together to anchor that memory. Hold on to it and test it out. Then let it go. When you press your finger and thumb together, you should be able to access the memory that you've got. And then that's a technique that you can just use anytime. Like I said, when you're going out with your friends and you're wanting to walk in as if, because confidence is very attractive. And when you are single, sometimes it's the last thing you feel, because you've had your self-esteem knocked, you've had your confidence knocked, and maybe you're not, at your best. But in fact, the very thing that we haven't got, we need in order to go and enjoy life and attract other people into our lives. How does that sound? Do you think that's something you'd be able to do, Placida?
Yes. Yes, that's something I'll be able to do. So
can you think of a time or an occasion where you felt really, really confident in your life?
Oh, I think I have lots of times when I felt really confident.
Great stuff. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah, and just it's called anchoring it. It's an NLP technique, and it's called anchoring. That anchoring. And I mean, you can press your finger and thumb together, or you can whatever. That's the easiest. That's the easiest without complicating things over the phone. Yeah.
Okay. Good. I know that you sent me an email saying you'd like to offer free session, is it?
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You want to talk about it?
I do. I mean, I appreciate that. This has only been a snapshot of you know, the journey that I can take you on. And I know, you know, what I do might not be appropriate and might not be for everybody. But for those who feel as if they resonate with me and what I'm saying and what I've been through and maybe where you're at or where you've been, or if you feel like you've got, you know, some emotional block that's stopping you being the best that you know you can be, what I'm doing is I'm offering a free 30-minute session with me over the phone. It's a one-to-one, and on the session, I'll help you get clear on where you want to be and identify what it is that's holding you back. I mean, when I say I'm an intuitive transformational coach, that is exactly it. You know, I have real intuition. I work very, very quickly with people because I don't want people to be in a negative place for very long. I want them to embrace everything that I do with them and move on with their life and you know, get to the exciting parts of their life that they want. So if you are interested, if you would like a 30-minute session with me, all you need to do is email me, and I'll give you the address. It's Michelle Walsh, and that is MICHELE, Walsh, WALSH, at live.co.uk. And there's no dots or anything in that. And I'll send you an invitation where you can choose a time and a date that's convenient to you. You get a choice of up to 8, you know, times and dates. And, you know, then we can go ahead. We can go and start, you know, planning your future and getting you started. And I mean, for anybody who takes the offer up of the 30-minute session, I'm also offering you 20% off any of my coaching packages. So, you know, we'll talk in more detail at the end of the 30-minute session for anybody that wants to go on and work with me. But you've got to respond or email me by midnight tomorrow night, which is Friday the 8th of July, is it British summertime, BST. So just to reiterate, like I said, if you want the free 30-minute session to help you get started, help you get clear on where you want to be and identify what your emotional blocks are and what's holding you back, then email me at michellewalsh@live.co.uk and all the invitations and everything will go out from there. So, yeah, don't waste any more life. Life's for now and, you know, grasp hold of it. Take the opportunity that's coming your way and, you know, let me help you to be the best that you can and sparkle as a singleton or even sparkle as a wife. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Wherever you're at.
Yeah, that's true. Michelle, do you want to repeat your email address again?
Yeah, it's Michelle, MICHELE, WALSH. It's all one word, Michelle Walsh, at live.co.uk.
Wow.
So email me and I'll send you the invitation and then the rest will happen automatically for you.
Yeah. You know, when you talked about, you said helping them remove emotional blocks and removing anything that is stopping them. And that's one thing I know that holding on to your past can do to your future. You know,
Definitely.
It sounds like, you know, almost like a roadblock, like you can't move, you can't do anything. You know, and ladies on this call, you need to, if you want to unleash your potential, then you have to remove those blocks. You know, and Michelle can help you remove those blocks. You know, but you have to take a decision that it is time for me to unleash all the goodness inside of me, you know, to bring it out. Because that's only when you can attract the abundance.
Yeah. I mean, there are so many women out there that have got so much potential that are just almost treading water, just getting by, just having enough. But, you know, you can have enough. You can have more than enough of everything that you want in your life, whether it's love or affection or money or business. You know, it's all there for you to have and to take. And, you know, once you are in that flow, it's just an amazing journey. I can't articulate enough how fantastic it is. And I want to be able to give as many people as possible the opportunity to have what I've got.
Thank you. So have you got, I always like to let my speakers give like 2 or 3 tips that they can run with, from this moment. Yeah.
Okay, so just to recap, the first one is letting go of your thoughts. Remember, holding on to one bad thought a day, which is 30 minutes, that could take up 30 minutes, could equate to a whole week of your life per year. So make room. Really, really work on letting your thoughts go. If a thought, just sit there, after this call, just take a few minutes to think of the thoughts that are going in your head. The minute a thought goes in your head that you just don't want there, all you have to say to yourself is, this is just a thought. Let it go. Just let it go. Because it won't become anything unless you put meaning to it. So that's my first number 1 tip. The second one is to start to get clarity about what it is that you want from your future, and start to have a look at your relationships. Start to remove the blocks from the relationships and the destructive relationships that you have. Start to learn to say no. Once somebody asks you to do something, whether it's your partner, a friend, a relative, whoever it is, think before you respond. And if it's not something that you want to do, just say no. Make small changes. Little changes every day make up to big changes. And remember one really, really important fact. You cannot change anybody else. All you can do is change for yourself. And the minute you change for yourself, everybody around you has to respond differently. That is the number 1 tip on how to break destructive relationship cycles. Third one is, if you're needing more confidence, is to remember a time when you were at, or you are at, your most confident. Make the picture of it really, really clear. Remember what you were doing, how you were feeling, what you were wearing, how you were moving. Once you've got a really, really clear picture of all of that stuff that was going on, press your finger and thumb together to anchor that feeling. And then when you've anchored that feeling, you can access that anytime you like. The other thing is, to give you more confidence and self-esteem, is think of somebody around you, or somebody that you admire, somebody whose confidence you would like a bit of. Stand with your eyes closed. Imagine that person in front of you, how they're seeing, how they're walking, how they're moving. Step into their body and see the world through their eyes. Try on their confidence and their aura of which exudes confidence. And they're just very, very simple tips that will help you, nudge you into making that investment in yourself. You are the only person that, there's only you. There's only you can invest in you. And, as women, nobody else is going to have more investment in you than yourself. So give you that gift. Give yourself that gift, because you deserve it.
That's true. It's something you said earlier when you said we take care of everyone except ourselves.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I don't know I'm not sure what age that it starts, but, I suppose we were given that ability to multitask. That's why men only think of themselves, because they can't think of anything else at the same time. But, it is all about that. It is that, intrinsically we are designed to think and to nurture and to care for others. Well, nurture yourself, care for yourself, because if you don't, then who else is going to invest in you if you don't invest in yourself?
Thank you very, very, very much, Michelle. Thank you for sharing all these tips and all these techniques. I'm so happy that you, accepted my invitation to be on this call, and I'm sure that the ladies have. Sorry?
It's just been amazing. I want to thank you so much for inviting me, because, I hope that the people on the call have had good content, that they've had stuff that they can go away with, strategies that they can implement, and start to make a change in how they feel from this very moment onwards. And I wish everybody all the best. Enjoy all the other speakers, because there's so much to take from all of this. And it's an amazing thing you put together, Placida. I so much admire you. So grateful. And I wish you all the luck in the next few weeks. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely amazing. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. And our next speaker for this evening is coming up at 10, so BST time 10, and she is Pam Lahone, who is an online business coach and social networking specialist. So someone you want to listen to and find out how you can maximize the internet and how you can, use the internet to grow your business. So we have 30 minutes break, and then we come 10:30, sorry, not 10:30, sorry. And then we've got 30 minutes break, and we have her coming up, So I look forward to seeing you online. Tomorrow we have two fantastic speakers tomorrow. We've got Dina Douglas, who is going to be talking about the law of attraction and how to effectively use that in your life. And we have PJ Van Hall tomorrow also, who will be speaking about client attraction, how to attract clients and make the big bucks. I'm sure a lot of people want to know how to make the big bucks. So Michelle has shared with us how to clear off the roadblocks, how to clear off our past, So hello, ladies, and welcome again to the call. I'm so excited to bring you Women Unleash Your Potential Summit. My name is Placida Acheru. I'm the founder of Coaching for Excellence, and I'm your host for this summit. Like I said, I'm so happy. Honestly, I don't know how to explain how happy I am, but I'm really happy to bring you 21 extraordinary women who are impacting their world. I tell you, these ladies are doing amazing things to reach out to their world, to help empower other women to become like they are. They are here to share with you the secrets of how they have unleashed their potential and stepped into abundance. Now, this event, the reason why this event was put together, it's a way of motivating you, empowering you, encourage you, and help you to become all that you have brought on this earth to be. Woman, I tell you, it is time for you to unleash your potential. Now, we're going into today's seminar, but before we do, I want you to do something for me. I want you to please make sure you're in a quiet place and you are comfortable. Turn off every distraction and get focused, pen and notepad, because you're going to be hearing loads and loads of tips right now. And we've had previous calls from amazing speakers. Like I told you, 21 extraordinary women. We had Naomi Sessi, who talked about wealth creation, global transformation, and the female market. Now, she, from her research, found out that by 2020 that we're going to have several multi-millionaire women. And if you start today, you will be one of them. We had Michelle Walsh, who spoke about emotionally surviving divorce and separating your past from your future. And a lot of women have gone through divorce, and, they find it difficult to separate the past from their future, and so they're not able to become all that they can be because they're holding on to their past. Now, Michelle has told us how we can separate our past from our future. We've got Pam Lahone, and she was a social entrepreneur that showed us how we can use social media to grow our business. We had Terry Levine, fantastic woman, full of life and energy, and she shared with us growth versus growing, how you can get more clients and customers in this economy. Some say it's impossible. She says it's possible. And she showed us how we could do it. We had Beth James, who is our special feature on this event, and she shared with us how to hire a first member of staff, and which is something that so many people are so scared of doing. They want to do everything themselves. And she shared with us how we can hire a first member of staff and the most common mistakes that people make when they're starting out a business. Jen Kerr shared with us the mindset drivers to be a successful entrepreneur, and she listed out passion, self-belief, good network vision, tenacity, and infinite potential. We had Alison Mark, the six-figure home business woman, and she showed us how to declutter our space so that we can attract more in, and we had Stephanie here who said, we must publish, we must become an author, and she told us why we should publish. Catherine Palmer, lovely Catherine, spoke about how we can create our ideal relationship, and I told you, ladies, that I'm going to be putting into practice everything she said because I need to create that ideal relationship real quick. Today we have an amazing, amazing speaker, honestly fantastic. She's so full of life, and she just come from a trip, but she's bubbling because she has a big, big passion for ladies. And her name is Kathleen Austin, and I hope I pronounce the name properly because I'm so bad at pronouncing names, and we have this dynamic session led by this multi-million-dollar entrepreneur who will be revealing by walking our passion and purpose in a way that we achieve true wealth financially, spiritually, and personally. Kathleen is an entrepreneur, confidence creator, business life coach, and implementation expert. She is the authority on creating confidence, courageous, successful women who strive to reach purpose-driven prosperity and leave a legacy in their lifetime. Kathleen's proprietary system help women to build solid foundation of self while stimulating building powerful foundation of business that supports rapid fire business growth, profit, and success. She is highly regarded speaker, trainer, and mentor for women in business. Her newest book is called How to Network Like a Diva, and that will be released in July this month, my birthday month. So look out for Kathleen's book, which is How to Network Like a Diva. Well, I am so excited about the topic that she's going to be sharing with us, and the topic is how to build extreme wealth by walking in your passion and your purpose. And this session will transform your world if you believe, one, if you believe your life's work has a divine purpose that is greater than yourself. Two, if you feel torn between traditional making money activities and following your inner calling. Three, if you experience fear, confusion, overwhelm as you struggle to create an affluent living for following your passion and purpose. And if you're dissatisfied in your current work and feel there must be something more for you, well, she's saying do not let any of these things trouble you. She's going to be sharing with us how we can build that extreme wealth by walking in our passion and purpose. Kathleen, I know you're there because I heard you giggling. So welcome to the call. Welcome to the call, and I'm just so delighted to have you. I just wanted to release that passion, and you're such an exciting woman. You love women and you love to empower women, and I'm just going to give the stage to you, and I'm going to try not to interrupt you. So come on, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. You have as much energy as I do. I'm like, woohoo. You do. It's awesome. And so thank you, ladies, and everybody for joining on the call. And I am going to give you everything I can tonight on this topic in the time that we have. This is a topic that is not only something I teach, it's something I live. And I will tell you a little bit of my personal story just very quickly because I want to get into how to work in your purpose and passion for true prosperity and for bettering the world and leaving a legacy. But I started my first business 12 years ago, and I had just been remarried. I had a son who was mentally ill, but that was under control, and I had a 7-year-old daughter who was healthy. It was after September 11th here in the United States. After September 11th, as I'm sure you all know, our economy really took a major turn downwards, and a lot of industries were really crippled. I started my business right after September 11th, which my family was in their own fear was very unhappy about. I left a very, very high-paying job that, most people kind of only dream about making that money, but I was very unhappy. And I was not using my talents and my gifts in a way that I felt I should be to make other businesses better so their people can make more money and they can feed their families. So I left that and I started my first business. I did not know how to run a business. I was very, very good at what I did. I was a creative director, copywriter. I worked with multi-million-dollar international clients, but I did not know how to run a business. So I got to about year 2, and basically I had leveraged every single credit card. I had used up all my savings, my retirement account. I was $365,000 in debt. I was broke, absolute broke. In the meantime, and not by not doing good work, just by not understanding how to do a business model that would work, not understanding the business of doing business. And I was really at the point of what am I going to do? Am I going to file bankruptcy? What I've left out at this point is a few months after I started my business, my new husband was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma and given 30 days to live. He was 40. So I had that. So he then was put on disability. I had my son who was mentally ill in a hospital, and then I had my little girl who I was just trying to pretend everything was normal. And failure was just not an option. Here I had, every dime I had, and I was trying to run the household so that my husband wouldn't worry. And in the meantime, behind the curtain, I'm like, oh my gosh, on my knees praying, please God, please God, please God, please God, please God, help me, because I was going to lose everything. I had a friend, an old colleague, who I just happened to call me out of the blue, and I had used to work with him. They had run a very large company. He had actually been my boss. And he said, can I help you? Can I help you? And because of the relationships that I had built with so many people in the past, good, solid relationships, he was able to show me how to turn the business around. And I went from $365,000 in debt, one day. 18 months later, I was billing $1.8 million.
Wow.
And I was debt-free.
Wow.
Yeah. Because, I even get goosebumps when I say that now. It's like, wow, I really could do that. So now that was very many years ago. I continued with that business. That business was very lucrative for me. We built it to a couple $1 million. Some other things happened in my life, and I ended up, my son, who was mentally ill, which I'm very open about because that's part of my story, actually fathered a child who was premature and was taken under custody of the state, and I took her home from the hospital. She was 4 pounds. I was 47 years old. My other daughter was just getting ready to graduate from high school. I'm like, woohoo, freedom! And then there's this little baby and needs a home, needs a mommy. And so I took her from the hospital, and she is now 3.5, and she's part of my life. And I am still, a single mom again, now running two businesses. So I just want you to I want to give you some reference points, not to say, oh my gosh, but to say I understand trying to do business surrounded by economic trauma, surrounded by health trauma, surrounded by personal trauma, and that even within that all, if you are standing where you need to be standing in your purpose, your purpose is, I believe, is divine. That is my take, and I'll be speaking from that point of perspective tonight. Doing your passion, which is linked to your purpose, that there is no way you can fail. And I say that because I have lived this, and I lived it not only one time, but multiple times. And I help my clients find that, and I see them live it. If they're, in the right mindset. So let me just start with something I wrote because I think this kind of sets us up to get into tonight's session. And one of my writings. Here is what I know to be true, that we each have a divine purpose, and if we are living, working, and walking in that path of purpose, it will take us directly to our dreams of prosperity. It has no choice. It is very much like a small stream that ripples through the woods, first feeding the needs of the forest. As long as it continues to flow, fulfilling its purpose, it will eventually join the abundance of the ocean. So it is when each of our abilities, when used to their fullest potential, find their way to the abundance of the universe. When you are walking your path of purpose, there is no fear because you know that path was created just for you.
Yeah.
So everyone, yeah, it's just so true, and I've seen it manifest into reality so many times. So I put that with everybody in their hearts, that each of us, even if we don't know what it is today, have that. So I'm going to start tonight's session with sort of how to identify your passion. Now, some of you out there may go, oh, I so know I'm working with my passion. This is what I love to do. I'm just not making any money at it. And I'm starving to death, so I don't know how long I'm going to be able to continue to do that. Others are out there, and they're still maybe in a job, and, you know, they want to change, but it's like, oh, my gosh, you know, this job pays the bills, and what if I take a jump, and, you know, it's an uncertain economy, and then all of a sudden I jump to this, and now I'm broke and bankrupt. Been there. What I can tell you is that your passion, which is divinely given, is much more powerful than any task or skill you could ever execute at a job. And it attracts much more power from the universe and from your whether you want to call it your higher power or your divine source, or you call it God. I call it God, but that's my language. It's fueled by that because the universe wants you to be, you know, participating in the purpose that it has aligned for you on this earth. So it is willing to give you fuel to make that happen. The universe doesn't really do that for things it doesn't feel you're supposed to be doing. And usually you find this is very difficult. So let me just start, though, by identifying for those out there how to identify your passion, or sort of how to unearth it if it's lost or you just don't know yet what it is, or uncertain. I'm really blessed, and because I have always known what my passion was. From the time I was little, I was president of Poetry Club in 3rd grade here, you know, in Ohio Elementary School. I knew I wanted to be a writer. I knew I wanted to be a writer, and you know, I just thought everybody in the world knew what they were supposed to do. It never occurred to me that people didn't know what they were still at 50 or 55 or 40 or even 25. Had no clue what they loved to do. So I am very blessed in that. And it's always been creating through writing and speaking and, you know, any way of communicating deeper ideas and insights to people like I'm doing tonight, seeking to touch them and change them for the better. It's always been my purpose. So when I talk to wonderful women and realize how many express not knowing their true passion in life, you know, I'm always like surprised. It still takes me, like, what do you mean? That I have a conversation. But since it's been so clear to me, it's hard for me to imagine living and working without that fire that drives you. So I've come across a lot of intense programs designed to help people find their passion, but I just want to give you a beginner's crash course, okay, because it really comes down to these basic things. It's if you are working in your passion, you feel a certain way. And so I want you, when you're out doing your day or you're doing things you enjoy doing, or even when you're at your job, or, you know, in your business even, because you can be in the wrong business, I want you to really pay attention to how you feel physically, because that is your compass. If you're working in your passion, you are infused with energy. Like no matter how tired you are, you might be tired, but it's that good tired. It's not that, oh my gosh, I want to run away from home, you know, I want to blow my brains out, you know, I mean, just jokingly. that misery, that tired, miserable feeling, all right? It's not that. It's like just infused with energy. It's like you're excited. It's like something exciting is happening, and that's how you should physically feel. You're also, along with that, just buoyant. You find yourself happier when you're working in your passion. And you may not even know why. You just find yourself happier. So, again, an excitement, a buoyancy, and an infusion of energy. You also find that you are more intellectually engaged. You find yourself having conversations about this topic or this thing, whether maybe it's glass making, maybe it's jewelry making, maybe it's coaching, maybe it's whatever it is, finding a cure for something, whatever your unique gift is. You find yourself like you're excited to tell people about it. You want to talk about it, probably to a point where people go, okay, enough, Kathleen, enough. We get it. We're going to watch a movie now, please. Shh. So, but these are just some of the really important. And you're also physically and mentally engaged. So you're physically engaged because you want to do stuff. So you might go on the internet and seek information on something. You might go to the library. You might call somebody who's maybe an expert in the field and ask them questions, or a colleague who knows about what you're trying to do and might make it better. You start to physically sort of engage with other realms. And another thing is that when you are working in this passion, you usually guard that time with sort of focused intention and almost jealousy. Let me just give you a really quick example of when I'm writing. Because really writing is the basis of everything I do. It's the basis of my information programs. It's the basis of my speaking. It's the basis of, obviously, my books. It all starts with words. And when I am writing, I can put like a drum over me, even if there's people around. I don't like it when there are people around because they annoy me and they bother me and they interrupt my thoughts. It's not that I don't love them. It's just they're interrupting my thoughts. And I'm so intently focused on what I'm doing. And I could sit on a day where I had time and, start out with my hair neat, my makeup on, and kind of like looking neat. And by the end of the day, I sort of look like a wild female Albert Einstein with my hair all over the place and glasses. And 8 hours have gone by, and it's like a blink to me because I almost get sort of transported. I feel that way, too, when I garden. I'm an avid gardener. Now, I don't do that for a living, but it transports me. It's, I'm working with the earth, and I'm connected to the earth, and I can just get sort of dreamily lost in that. So if there are things in your life that you can readily identify, say, when I do this, or when I'm making something, or when I'm, writing music, or when I'm painting, you need to pay really close attention to that because that's either your purpose or that's either your passion, or it's very closely linked to what your passion is. Now, the other thing is that a lot of times people don't recognize this because it's usually a favorite hobby that they do. So for people who haven't made that leap yet, now we're going to get to, what to do when you've identified your passion and now you just need to make some money because you're starving to death. But a lot of people go, oh, well, I feel that way when I'm cooking, but that's just a hobby, or I feel like that. But now here's the question. Do you want to keep it a hobby, or do you daydream about, gosh, I wish I could be a chef, or I wish I could open a restaurant, or oh, well, I have my job and I have responsibilities. I'm not advocating here for anyone to do something irresponsible that puts their family on the line. Okay, we don't need to jump off the boat. Sometimes if you can, great, if you're, know for sure. But I am advocating, doing things in an intelligent way without fear to make a transition. So what I want you to do is, if you are someone who isn't sure of what your passion really is, start with those things that you love to do that are just hobbies. You might just love talking to people. That may be just your thing. You just love talking to people. There is something there that is linked to your passion and purpose. Okay? Now, you need to investigate that more and how you might make that into some sort of a job. Maybe it's being a counselor. Maybe it's being a coach. Maybe it's working with kids. Maybe it's running a nonprofit, how to reconcile differences and avoid violence in the teen communities, how to stay out of that talking, caring, empathetic, whatever it is. If you just love to talk, it has usually something to do with helping people. And I love to talk, as you can see. So, from personal experience also, another way you can try to start to unearth what your true passion might be is to go back to when you were little and remember the things you used to love to do. Now, when I was little, and I already told you this, I loved to write. In fact, I still have poems that I actually have framed from my third grade because I was, president of something in third grade. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
So I have some of those poems framed, and they're still honestly pretty darn good. Like, wow, that was pretty good. That was pretty deep for 8 years old.
Yeah.
But if I went back to that, okay, I love to write. And then what else did I love to do? I was involved in all the theater, all the school theater programs in elementary school, all through high school. To the time I graduated, I did theater. So I love to be on the stage. I love to be performing. Now it's in a very authentic way. I'm not playing, Lydia and Emerson, in the night before I spent in jail anymore. But, but if you took those things and put them together, look how early that was really coming out in me. All right? Maybe you love to play school. Maybe you love to, help your dad with the car. It's not just for boys. Maybe you are a guy who loves to cook. Whatever you love to do that has fallen away from you. Maybe you love to take pictures, and then you went and did something else and became a nurse or an engineer or something practical, right? The dreams are beaten out of us by us, becoming practical. We need to become practical people, not dreamers, right? Which is just such a shame because we'd be so much farther ahead. So start to think back about the things you love to do. Did you love to travel? And start writing some of those things down and start seeing how the unity in that starts to come together. And then start experimenting again with some of these little things. Okay, you don't have to go out tomorrow and quit your job or change your business or whatever. Just start doing a little bit more of it and recognize how it makes you feel. Okay? Because that is going to tell you, your inner compass is going to tell you.
Yeah.
Now, here's just a few questions for you. What was I going to say? I want you, if anyone's out there thinking right now, well, it's too late for me. It's too late for me. Well, okay. If you're middle-aged and you want to be a prima ballerina, okay, maybe it's too late for you to be a prima ballerina. But if you love to dance, maybe it's opening a dance studio and bringing in the experts to teach. Do you see what I'm saying? It could still be all connected. It may just have shifted slightly. I'm going to give you a quick example, and please keep me aware of time. I'm trying to be very conscious of time so we don't go over, but I'll give you a very quick example. God bless my mother, because she used to listen and listen and listen to me no matter what crazy idea I had in my head, and she would just let me go on and on about it, and thank God she did. Thank God she did, because that's where my dreamer really was able to shine. And after dinner, we each had to take a turn, doing the dishes or clearing the table. I had one sister. And then one night my mom would do the dishes. And us girls would, make something like hot dogs. Something more like, like hot dogs. That would be our night to cook. It was a pretty good system. But on her night to do the dishes, when my mom's night was to do the dishes, I would sit in the kitchen with her. And I would talk and talk and talk. And then one of the biggest conversations we had, I think this went on for years, literally, was about this orphanage that had, captured me, my mind and my energy, that I used to pass every day on my way to school. And it was a big piece of property, and Ohio is very cold in the winter. We have really awful weather. It's like they do light deprivation studies there for depression there because there's so few sunny days. Just to give you the doom and gloom weather that we were faced with. And, there was a big piece of property. All the buildings were brick. I never saw anybody outside. The swing sets were kind of broken, and I couldn't tell if they were rusty, but in my mind they were rusty. And it was just a bleak place. And I guess as a child, having to be in an orphanage, that was a big, oh my gosh. And trying to imagine what that was like and living in this orphanage, and it seemed so bleak. And so I would talk to my mother endlessly about when I grew up, I was going to buy this orphanage. And I was going to put it in beautiful playgrounds and a park, and we were going to paint all the buildings, really pretty colors, and we were going to plant flowers, and all the kids would be really happy. We get them in. I did a lot of volunteering when I was a kid. We get them volunteering so they could meet other people and other kids, outside of the orphanage. And if you think about that, also in relationship to what I'm doing now with my Kathleen International and my business of working with women to help them build happier, brighter lives for themselves, their families, and then also for the world, it's the same thing. It's just transition to a more mature, outlet, right?
Yeah.
So think about those things, because everyone has them. And if you do this work, you'll be going, oh, my gosh. And it's also, for those who already know, do the work, too, because it's like you'll just be like, so this is where that came from. This is where that came from. It's just sort of an awakening, which is really, it's just an awesome awakening. Now, one of the things that I want you to do is to write things down. When you start to practice some of these ideas and you get that aha feeling, write them down, because it's very easy to forget what you're actually experiencing. And, once you get it, that's going to be the beginning for you to identify your passion. And once you identify your passion, usually identifying your purpose comes right on the heels of that, because you'll see, oh, my gosh, well, how does what I love to do and my desire to leave a legacy on the world and make the world a better place, how can I leverage this passion that I've discovered or I've always known I had to make the world a better place? Because once those two things are connected, and also if there's a whisper in you all the time of, you really should do that, you really should do that, you really should do that, you really should do that. And sometimes it's really loud, sometimes it's soft, but it never goes away. I'm going to tell you, you really should do that, all right? Because that is the universe telling you what you're supposed to be doing and where you're supposed to be, not just for prosperity, but for your joy.
Yeah.
So your work is your joy, and your legacy is your joy. And just think, if we could all kind of get to that place or pretty close to it, what sort of world that we would have, right? Yeah. So it's just it's really a beautiful thing. And the most amazing thing of all of it is how the wealth begins to flow once you step on that path. And I'm telling you, we all experience fear. It's terrifying to jump off a ledge into the unknown, So you have to have a deep enough faith in either, a God or your higher self or a higher intelligence or the universal good, and close your eyes and take that step. It's like taking a step onto an invisible bridge. And knowing that the bridge is going to appear. I will tell you a really quick story about letting go, because letting go of the old, and I heard you talk about a few of your other speakers and about letting go of your past, which is all wrapped up in this, of letting go of your story, the story that you keep putting on replay and can't get out of to write a new story. You can't write a new story if you're still playing believe your old story, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You can't do it. You got to, finish the chapter, close the book, and get some clean pages to write your life on. So you definitely do. But I expressed to you that my first business, a big business, I had a couple little things I dabbled in before that, but, never really, took hold. But my first business, was very lucrative for me. And then I became a single parent. As a single parent with a mentally ill child, running a household and making way for my family, that was my responsibility. And I wanted my children to have all the advantages, especially because I had a lot of medical expenses with my son and a lot of special needs with my son. And so it was paramount that, I was making good money. I also really like to give back. I like to, I have certain things, and, children and animals. I love animals. And battered women and things of that nature that I want to have funds to give back to, because now I've gotten past the place of just, okay, my needs are met. I'm blessed beyond blessed. I have a nice home, and, I'm comfortable financially, and I've got some savings, and now I can start to give back. Not hundreds of thousands at a time, but, when you start to get that little extra, it's like, I don't really need anything. I don't have one more thing the rest of my life. I'm really good. I don't need anything else. But you see the need out there, and you want to help heal that need out there. So that's when we start being really stepping into purpose-driven prosperity, which is very different from wealth, because people can be incredibly wealthy and not have a designated purpose. Unfortunately, they've lost their purpose a lot of times to really start giving back to the universe. And what's so interesting to me is every time I'm told to, like, give a chunk of money, and it's like maybe something I hadn't planned to give to, you know, it's like, really? You want me to write a check for that? Really? Really? Yes, Kathleen, write the check. It comes back to me tenfold.
Yeah.
Even if I don't really have it, it comes back to me tenfold. And you've probably heard people say this, try it. Just try it. It comes back to you tenfold. So the next thing I want to get to, though, is, you know, there are things. So we start with identifying the three things that you've always loved to do. For me, it was being with people, writing, and being on stage, all to make a difference. For me, that translated in my career as starting off as a writer, a corporate writer, an advertising writer, working my way up to a creative director position, to an executive VP position in a major agency, then doing the same thing at another agency, so I reached the ceiling there, and then just really feeling like I don't want to live by these rules. I want to do my business by my own rules. But it's interesting how that all aligns. Now, what I want to tell you is that you have to take a risk, and no one is unafraid stepping out or changing their business model or starting a business. I was making a lot of money in my first business, but I knew for the last 5 years what I wanted to do, and I actually have a letter up on my wall that's dated actually 2005, so now it's going to be going on 7 years, of wanting to start Kathleen Asset International. And it's a letter to myself about what my life is like in 2012. That I'm traveling, I'm speaking, I have books published, I'm speaking with women, you know, and everything else that's going on in my life. My life is almost exact to that letter right now that I wrote in 2005.
Fantastic.
Because I set that intention. And, you know, what you think is what your mind aims for, even if you're not consciously. It's like, okay, I want to be here, I want to be here, I want to be here. Yeah. Your mind just follows suit. It can't not follow suit. But I had a really hard transition, letting go of my other business to focus solely on my new business. Even though I didn't want to do my old business anymore, and God bless it, it served me well. I wanted to be fully engaged in Kathleen Asset International, but it's like letting go of that safety net, right? It's like letting go of your mama's hand and walking on your own. And so over the last few years, I've been letting go of clients, but I've held on to one extremely large client. And about 2 months ago, they called me. I do a yearly program for them. And they said, well, it's time to do the yearly program. And I agonized about it. It was a Friday call, and I agonized about it all weekend. And for me, I pray about it, or you can meditate about it, whatever it is that works for you. And I said, I cannot take this job from them, because if I take this work, this marketing work, it's going to sabotage my new work. Because my mind's not going to be focused. My energy is not going to be with the women. I'm not going to be able to do this with all my energy, all my passion, all my heart, because I'm going to be distracted by something else. And for some reason in my mind, because I do meditation, this whole time of letting go of the clients, I always saw myself in a little girl format. I don't know why. It was just the vision I had, holding a big bunch of colored balloons. And every client was a balloon. And every time I let a client go, I'd let go of one of the balloons. But the balloons were holding me up. And that day, I thought I let go of the last balloon, and it was a blue balloon. And I'm going to write one of the times, like letting go of the blue balloon. And it was the last balloon. And when I let go of that balloon, I felt this tremendous sense of peace settle over me. There was no doubt I had done the right thing. And all of a sudden, miracles started to happen. People started coming to my life. You know, I started getting called to do, speaking engagements. I think yours was one of them. You know, I got asked to, endorse a product. I got called to, be on someone's show. And I got a couple of new clients that came out of nowhere, all because I let go of that blue balloon. And if I hadn't let go, I wouldn't have been able to take in all this new, beautiful stuff. That was really using my talents. So, I just want you to know that we all have fear. And I do a lot of fear work, and we'll get to that in a little bit. One of the things I know that, and I'm just going to touch on this just a bit because I think we've already kind of talked about it, is it's really hard when you're torn between leaving a job and starting a business, or leaving a current business and starting a new business. And what you need to know is that Some people do it all at once because that's right for them. That doesn't mean it's right for you. Some people are very black and white and need to do it that way. They need to totally sever. I did not do it that way. I did it slowly because it was too much for me emotionally and financially to do it any other way. But some people need to do it slowly, and that's okay. It's just you need to make sure that every day you're moving closer and closer and closer to what you're supposed to be doing, and that way you're moving closer, you're also engaging in your mind what the big why is, what your big why is for wanting to do this business. My big why is to make every woman's life better. That's what I want when I pass on to the next realm with my little wings. That's what I want to be remembered for, that she helped make my life better. And that is such a big why that there's no way the universe is going to let me fail on that. Do you know? Because the universe needs us. It needs us. I had a really interesting experience. I travel a lot, go to a lot of events. I love to network. And I met one of the speakers said something that, you know, you cannot withhold your gift, because if you're withholding your gift, you're doing a disservice to the world. And she used the example of, say you were a brilliant scientist and you found what you thought was a cure for cancer, but you were too scared to take it out into the world because you thought people might make fun of you. It might not heal everybody. It might, you know, fail. You might get a lot of naysayers. You get a lot of attention. Maybe you don't like that kind of attention, so you held it back, and no one was cured. What a tragedy that would be. And she said, you know, there are people out there praying for what you bring to the world right now. So that was a while ago. This week I was in Dallas at a very large conference, and I met a lovely woman who was at my table, and we had a little conversation, and I said, well, are you looking for a coach? And she said, well, I think I am. And I said, well, would you like to talk a little bit about what's going on, you know, see if I'm the right coach for you? We had a very, 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 very long conversation, and she's a sweetie, and she actually is now going to be coaching with me, but she said to me in tears, she said, I have been praying for someone like you to help me. And that I got goosebumps. And when I saw her the next day at the conference, it was the last day of the conference, I gave her a big hug, and I sat down next to her, and I told her the story. And I said, now what I want to tell you is that there are people out there praying for you and what you do. Yeah. So we have to get you on your feet so you can take this to those people who are waiting just for you. And so I say that to all of the people on this call, that whether it's music to calm someone, right, or massage to calm someone's body and mind, or it's, you know, or if it's art to bring beauty to the world so that when everything in life can take on an ugly tinge, someone could sit in front of your beautiful painting and be transported. There is no gift that doesn't make the world better if it's used for good. Yeah. No gift. So let me talk about a little bit about some detriments of, and I shared my story about not knowing how to do business and just knowing how to do my passion, right, writing. Is that what I want to say to everybody out there is, if you are thinking about doing a business that's working in your passion and purpose, or you already are but struggling financially, please reach out, investigate someone to mentor you, or a group to join of masterminds, because what saved my first business was someone who knew how to run a business but didn't have my talent. Okay? There are different talents, and many times as entrepreneurs we feel we have to do everything, but in doing everything we totally sabotage our business. And the reason we do everything is we have a fear of, well, I can't really afford to pay someone for that. Not paying them is sabotaging your business, because as an entrepreneur, you need to be constantly working 60% of your day or more in your three unique talents. My unique talents, we already talked about, they're, you know, writing, speaking, and you know, working with people. I need to be doing that 60 to 70% of my day. You know, I can do other things that I'm really good at, but it's not my unique talent. And if I'm not in my unique talents, I will not make money, because money comes from selling or providing as a service your unique gifts. The problem is, because we're afraid to step out in a large way, we focus on the things that we're kind of good at. And then, I can look at my desk and, my desk looks really nice. I did a good job. Or guess what? I could send out this. I can do these bills. I know how to work QuickBooks. I did a good job. I got that all taken care of. It's busy work that makes us feel like we're doing a good job and we're getting things done, but it helps us avoid what we're really supposed to be doing. Exactly. So I just set that out to you if you're struggling financially to identify where you need help. Identify your 3 unique talents, okay, and how that supports your passion and your purpose. List everything else that you're doing right now that is not in those 3 unique talents, and decide what it is you absolutely have to do because you absolutely have to do it right now. Decide who can help you, including family members, okay, and or outsourcing. Who can you outsource to? I've outsourced to interns from the high school. I have a large property. I've got, a 3.5-year-old that I've taught in. I'm 50 now. There's a lot of upkeep and things that need to be done. I order my groceries. I don't know what you have in Europe, but there's a grocery store here, a big chain, where I can order my groceries online and they deliver them for $10. So that saves me hours of my time. I shower my little daughter with me at the same time to save me 45 minutes at night. Anything you can do to make more time, right, because we're all pressed for time, or outsource something simply, do it. Just get in the habit of doing it, because what's going to happen is it's going to, like you said earlier, Placida, is open up space. If you don't start opening up space in your mind, in your emotions, in your office, in your life, then nothing good can come in. If you don't let go of your blue balloon, the new stuff can't come in because it's too crowded in there. Right?
That's true.
And if you don't do that, what is going to happen is not only is your business going to struggle financially, you're going to begin to hate what you're doing. Because what that leads to is exhaustion, chaos, feelings of being totally overwhelmed, feelings of never getting enough done, anxiety laying at night going, oh my gosh, I'm behind on this, I didn't meet this deadline, and it's all self-sabotage. So, I kind of put that out to you as well. A few more other things. I talked about fear a little bit. Fear is a big one. Fear is a big one, and I'm only going to go on a little bit longer about this. Is there something specific that we talked about earlier that I haven't gotten to yet that you would?
Actually, I'm so happy that I haven't even interrupted you. I'm enjoying your talk. I could give you 2 hours to just go on and on.
Okay.
Yeah, but
well, then I'll just talk about fear. Oh, go ahead.
Yes, talk about fear, and then I have a question for you.
Okay. I want to talk about fear because just so that you know a little bit about what I do with the women, and I do work with men too, that I work with, is building foundations of self, of inner self, at the same time as we're building foundations of business. Because what happens so much of the time, and there's no other program out there like my programs. They're very unique. They either focus on, building self or building business. And the building self isn't really about building self as an entrepreneur. It's also some other things. And how to leverage, building self to be a better business person. And so because of my personal experience, even then, after my business got turned around, I got my first mentor, and I've had a coach since then. I just keep upping the level of my coaches so that the coach I have is up above me, so I can take the next step up, right? Because I have role models that are just that ahead of me, so I can model them and get to that point. And so anyway, but what I wanted to say is that the fear is what stops most people. And fear is part of self. It's not really part of business. Although you may feel like, I'm afraid to do that with my business, it's not about doing it for your business. It's because you brought fear in the door with you. What happens when we're entrepreneurs is how we show up in our life is exactly how we show up in our business. So if you have personal issues, say, you're a procrastinator, say you're really fear-based, say you have, some self-esteem issues, and we all have them, so please don't think of that as a four-letter word. We have self-esteem issues, all of us, to some degree, or confidence where we need to build some more confidence, or we're not sure what we're doing is aligned really with our core values and we're torn about what we're doing. You will pack that all up in your little briefcase in the morning, and you will carry that right into your office and put it all out on your desk. And it'll just be right there. You'll be procrastinating at work just like you procrastinate at home. And I'm not talking about putting off something like, doing the dishes for a day or two. I'm talking about chronic procrastination, where you have big things that you cannot seem to get done, where there's always something coming up or some excuse or some that's stopping you from completing it, or perfectionism, which is linked to procrastination, where it's never good enough. It's not good enough yet. You've got 999 versions of a email or even a blog or something that's still not out, and it's just a blog.
Yeah.
We have to get to a point where perfectionism is a huge self-sabotager, procrastination a huge self-sabotager, specifically for women. It's true for men too, this third thing, but I think especially for women, because of the media has placed on us, self-comparison. It paralyzes us. It confuses us because we're looking at other people like, well, I want to be like her. Oh my gosh, she's skinnier than I am, or, she has probably an easy life because look how easy it looks for her. Okay, I have people who think it was really easy for me. Let me tell you, it was not easy for me. There was challenge after challenge after challenge, but I had a tenacity and just a total commitment that nothing was going to stop me, that I was going to get there. And so you need to start unraveling all these personal issues and building up your self-esteem, your confidence, your courage, really aligning your business with your core values so that you're not constantly being torn. Should I be at home or should I be at the office? Should I be going to the gym or should I be, at the office? And people sacrifice everything, right? They sacrifice their families. They sacrifice their health. They sacrifice their mental health. They sacrifice, being spiritual, being connected with nature, because what they're doing in their business, they haven't thought through to be aligned with their core values and what's important to them. And all of a sudden they turn around and maybe their business is doing really well, but they've lost the rest of their life. Has been sacrificed. So when I work with women and my very enlightened men, we work on talking about yourself and how that's impacting your business. And so we build up that self-esteem in the ways we get, and all of that, all the self-esteem and the confidence, all goes back to fear. And so what I want to tell you about fear, and this is my own definition of fear, I'm sure you've heard this, or maybe not, I don't know but fear is just false evidence appearing real. Well, I've heard that for like decades, and I always go, what the heck does that mean? Okay, it's proof that's not real, but maybe it is, but it's appearing real. It's like, that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me. Or the other one that I heard that just really made me crack up is like, forget everything and run. All right? It's that fight or flight, right? Which we all experience, like, forget this, I'm out of here. My definition of fear is find every actionable response. When you are in a state of fear, and I know I've got to watch my time here, when you are in a state of fear, you get paralyzed. And the only way to get a grip on fear, all right, is to take action to ensure that fear does not materialize as something real. So the only way to start subduing fear and conquering it is to take action. So, for instance, I'm just going to use this really quick example because everyone will get this. If someone's having financial distress, and they tend to overshop, or they tend not to do things that are on sale, or they tend to just buy on the fly, or they tend to put everything on credit, if they continue to behave in that manner, okay, and that's a behavior that comes from a thought that came from self-esteem that's based in fear, that's satiating a need in them, an emptiness in them, right? That fear is going to become real. And then it's like, well, see, my fear come real. My fears come true. Well, your fears come true because you're so focused on them and your behavior hasn't changed. You're making them come true.
Yeah.
But if you sat down, all right, and said, okay, what's everything I can possibly do right now to improve my financial standing? What can I do right now and in the next, 30, 60, 90 days? Okay, I'm not going to charge anything more on credit cards. I commit to that. All right, I'm going to put together a household budget. I'm going to commit to that. I'm not going to buy things that I don't need right now. I commit to that. You start to feel empowered. Taking action makes you feel more in control. And we all know we're not in control of much in this life, right? We just do the best we can. But the more action you take, the more likelihood there is that that fear is not going to materialize. Right? We can't avoid all fears, sadly, but we can certainly avoid a lot of the self-induced hardship that we create for ourselves. All right? So find every actionable response. Please write that down. If you need response. Yeah. If you need sales and you're doing everything but making sales calls, you are going to go out of business. And if you've got fear around making sales calls, you need to find someone like me or somebody who suits you to help you get over the fear of the rejection, of the stepping out, of it's all self-sabotage.
That brings me to sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And just remember, one last.
Okay, go ahead.
That fear is just feedback. Failure is just feedback. There's no such thing as failure, okay? So stop being afraid of failure because it's just feedback. So think on those things.
Good. Fantastic. You mentioned, you said, come to me, and I wanted to say, how do the ladies come to you? And I know that you run events and, workshops. You have got something for us today?
I do. I've put together something for the ladies as a special offer for tonight. And do you want to give them the link right now? Because I'm not quite sure what the link is. Yeah, I know that you developed that.
Hello, ladies. The link I've sent already on the email, which is http://bit.ly/time-sensitive offers. So you already have it on your email, but I'm going to send it again to you, and there you would find Kathleen's offer there, and I'll be also including the recording, so you can listen to the recording again. So it's http:// so the website, and then you have bit.ly/time-sensitive offers, all in lowercase.
Great. So what I've done is I've put together one of my new information products, actually, and I just redid the workbook on this. And it's called True Breakthroughs. Stop What's Stopping You. It's entrepreneurial freedom from self-sabotage that destroys businesses. And this is what we need to get through if we want to get to purpose-driven prosperity. Because until we can really get to a point of prosperity for ourselves and our family and our community, we can't really create a plan to change the world, right? Even if the world is just our community, our state, or the nation, or globally. So it's my True Breakthroughs program, Stop What's Stopping You. It includes 4 very intensive CDs, one on how to stay motivated while crossing the Sahara. I have all these as a writer. I got to spruce up my titles, but it's how to stay motivated, so you can stay in action. Because as I said, you have to be in action, but you have to be motivated to stay in action. And a lot of people can't find their motivation, and I show you how to start finding your real motivation so that you can stay in action to be successful. The other one is what cement shoes and self-comparison have in common, and is about the dangers of self-comparison. And especially, everything's focused for women, but I hope the men enjoy this too if they decide to partake in this. And it's really about the mindset of self-comparison, that when we're in a state of self-comparison, we are constantly putting ourselves in a place of lack. I don't have this, I don't have that, and that is a real number on your self-esteem and confidence, and again, you can't be successful. The other one is breaking your addiction to perfection. And the last CD is overcoming procrastination. That then comes with a 125-page workbook. It was originally 40 pages.
Wow.
A 125-page workbook, and there's 25 exercises in there, as well as reviews and insights and transcripts, so that you can engage more senses than just listening. That also, I'm also just going to give you my introduction to the Power of 4 True Foundations for Life Fulfillment CD as a bonus, as well as 2 complimentary tickets to my live event that is going to be in California this March. It's called Get Happy, Make Money, and it's all about how our mindset and our sense of self drive our wealth.
Wow.
Yep, and if you're one of the first 15 people to take action on this, I will also throw in 2 laser coaching sessions one-on-one with you, and that's a $500 value.
Fantastic.
Yeah, and so that's $179. That program just by itself, without anything else, sells for $399 right now. So it's a real deal, and I just want to try to get as many people being able to take advantage of the offer as possible. It's just a great deal. It's a $23.99 value. But the other thing that I do have for those who are procrastinators, okay, because I know there's a lot of you out there, hopefully you'll take action. But I will, for this call only, allow you to download just the procrastination audio and one of the worksheets, or 2 of the worksheets I think is on there, and that is for $47. So if you're fearful or procrastinating, or but you just want to get a taste so that you're, then the $47 value is there for you. But at that point, it doesn't make sense. You're losing so much. I would hope that you would get the whole program so we can really get you going.
So are you saying the whole program is going for $179?
$179. I will never do this offer again. I will never do this offer again. I really try to do something special for these women conferences, because I just know in my heart there's just so many people who need help. So I want to give this. I'm not really relying on this for my income. I have other income coming in, so I want to make this as affordable as possible. Then, of course, there will be shipping. So if it's international, that will just be added to your bill if there's a difference. But I think there's an international shipping charge on that link. So you get to come to the United States in March for Get Happy, Make Money, which is going to be awesome. And I think we're having that in Anaheim, so that's going to be fun. You get 2 tickets for that to bring a guest. You're also going to get my free CD, which is Introduction to True Foundations, which talks about the 4 foundation or pillars of self, which is how self-esteem, confidence, core values, courage, and core values build, and that will really help you make sense of that whole concept of the Power of 4. So you'll get that as well, and the 125-page workbook and the 4 CD set. And that's my special offer for tonight. That we can all change the world.
It's a very special offer. Thank you. I'm going to see that the ladies all get to, to listen to the audio again. I'll send an email out and the link, because it is a very special offer from $2,399 to $179.
Yeah.
I think that's a very special offer.
And you won't see this again. You will not see this again. So, I want to make it special. I just want to give everybody a chance to, get in and get themselves going. And, I have lots of other programs, and if people are interested in taking it farther, which I hope they will, want to continue to grow. So it has been such a pleasure. I so am blessed that you sought me out and to be a part with all these other wonderful women, speaking to all sorts of other wonderful women.
Yeah.
So, it's just a real blessing, and I just thank you very much for the opportunity to add some insights and hopefully some.
No, I am the one who's got the big thanks to you, and if you can feel my hands right now, I'm hugging you. Oh,
I'm hugging you back.
I'm hugging you back. Yes, thank you so much, because you've been away. You just arrived today, and just a few minutes to the call, and you're this bubbly. I can see that truly you are in your passion and in your purpose, and you do love what you're doing, reaching out to women, because you don't sound tired. You've just come in and into the call and
what did I say? That's a sign you're working in your purpose and passion. If you're bubbly and energetic and you're tired, but it's a good tired.
Yeah.
All right. I send much love to everyone there, and thank you so much. And I hope to see some of you again. And just thanks so much, and God bless. And I'll look forward to seeing the email from you too, so I can listen to the recording too. And good job.
Thank you.
All right, sweetheart. All right. God bless everyone. Bye-bye.
Yeah, God bless. Bye. Bye. Well, ladies, she's fantastic, isn't she? And I am so delighted to have her on the call. Very busy woman, and I was so happy when she said yes. But, well, I've had fun, and I hope you've had fun too. So I'll see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. UK time, and we have more coming. I almost feel like this event shouldn't end. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you very much for being on the call, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.